whatever it is for you. Probably gonna roll some ads. I expect that this might be a shorter stream because once again I don't have tarot. So, I don't know. I don't have as many people who are just were looking to to stream like last night. So I don't imagine this will be long, and I will not take offense, nor do I really have anything of importance to say. Rather, I try to be consistent with my schedule of streaming on, my certain days because I'm so bad at being here at specific times. So let me be right back with these ads. And oh, hey, it's always like, hey, I don't have any tarot cards. Don't get too excited. I'm so sorry. My power was out. Pretty much the whole state's power was out. So I went somewhere with power, and my power came back on, but I made plans all weekend. So I was like, you know what? Sorry, I'm just gonna stream. I meant to grab cards before I left too, and then I was like, Lent, I won't go back for them. But then I was like, damn, I didn't think that through at all, did I? No. So that's good. Damn, you're following the Illuminati Mystics Facebook. That's really nice. I should barely use that page, but it's connected to my Instagram, so I'll like randomly post um, on my Instagram and like post it to Facebook. So that's what that is. That's why I'm like, oh, thank you, because that's the only context I really use it. And then sometimes if I'm on my Facebook, I like go on there and share something. But they changed it, so it's way more annoying to use. Quite honestly. Yeah. Um, tonight's silent movie is Spirited Away. Obviously, I can't show you guys because I'll get flagged, I think. And that's why it's on mute. And to be honest, even though I literally just watched Grand Budapest Hotel, when this is over in about 20 minutes, I'm gonna put it back on and watch it silently beside me because it's so beautiful and moves me. I was wearing this, so I put on Spirited Away because I felt like we matched, like me and all those girls. Yeah, right. And you just look over and it's something pretty, you know. Last night it was Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou because it's expiring on Hulu. So I was like, why not? And I just kept restarting it. I think I only had to do it twice during stream, but I did it like before I started. I restarted it instead. But I like literally just watched Grand Budapest with the sound on, and I still want to put it back on because it's just such a moving movie. It literally like I just tear up thinking about it, and then just like as soon as it starts, I'm like sobbing. I'm like, oh my god, it's so good. It's just so good. I can't think of anyone whose movies I truly do enjoy more than Wes Anderson. As many good contenders at this there are in the world. He is like a 10 out of 10 for me, for sure. So if you're just tuning in, thank you. Stick around. We can literally talk about anything that you want, but I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't have any tarot cards. So at this point, because I've been trying to do less tarot for Lent, even though I'm giving up alcohol for Lent, so I don't have to stop completely. It just was like the messages were getting repetitive, and I felt like we all needed a break. I think because I took at least 2 of these days off, I'll probably pick them back up come Monday or whatever. We'll see. And that's all I got though. Like that's the thing is I just don't have cards. So last night we talked about alien conspiracy and vaping and other stuff. I think that was all last night. I am a sucker for like flavored cokes for no reason. I think of myself as someone who doesn't really drink pop, but I've started to like lean into my cravings more. Because sometimes coffee's too dehydrating, and sometimes I'm really seeking carbonation more than I'm seeking caffeine. So I try to like be pretty conscientious and swap out a lot of the pop for like just seltzers and shit because it's better for you, I guess. Less high fructose corn syrup or caramel color. But the fucking Cokes, man. Dream World is so good. And like, yeah, I'm a sucker for marketing. They sold me a space dust or whatever the fuck it was called, Stardust. But it tastes like cotton candy, so I only ever bought one. But this move, it's okay. The taste changes drastically from the time it was cold to being room temp, which I find interesting. And I think I liked it better cold, or at least want to taste it again cold. So I'm gonna play these ads so that we don't run into the pre-roll situation, because I don't know how long I have before they roll the pre-rolls, and I will be right back. Did I not mute this the whole time? Did y'all just hear me pour cola and like, oh my god, breathe heavily? If you heard noises, I am sitting on a leather couch. We went over this last night. That's so embarrassing. You guys are just listening to me breathe. At least I don't have my Yeti, and it wasn't like high quality sound in breathing. That's fucking weird and hilarious. Did I talk to myself? Be honest. Did I say what I was thinking out loud? Because I do that a lot. And because I was thinking, wow, like you literally heard me take a sip. I was like, wow. Even like instantly, it's a different taste. It didn't even need time to chill. I sipped it immediately. I was like, yeah, it tastes different now. It's so weird. Has no flavor though. It's interesting. Um, so sometimes I just say stuff out loud like, yeah, it is different. You know, like, did I? I don't know. So, anyways, that's great. That's hilarious. That's very genuine moments. Like it a lot. I really, once again, I don't necessarily have anything to say. I can always find a tangent. I can like tell you about my Reddit interactions today. Um, because actually, this is probably a good thing to discuss, but not the right people on here necessarily, whoever the lurker may be. Um, excuse me. There was like this phase where people would come on here and they'd be like, "You're like Joe Rogan," and I'd be like, "That's so fucking hilarious. Thanks, because I know you like that guy, so you're trying to compliment me, even though I'm like neutral about that." But then today, I'm like, I asked a group where I was like, "Is he really like these other dudes?" And no one really responded. And then someone was finally, another one was like, "Yeah, he's got a lot of like racist and transphobic kind of like rhetoric." And I'm like, "Oh, that's what people are listening to?" Like, I feel like it's such a popular podcast, it's so mainstream, where he has such famous people on there, that people watch for the person they like, and then they just start watching it, right? Like, that's such a deceitful trap, you know? To then turn around and be like anti-trans and like trying to convince people it's okay to be racist and stuff, where it's like, ow, damn. And also ironic that you would think that I'm like that. Kind of love it. I would love to convert some fucking Joe Rogan fans, basically. Because it's like, right, you can have all the same kind of radicalism, all the same kind of open mindedness, all the same kind of like aggro, influenced, and yet sound in mind and like mindful kind of conversation without the hateful bigotry, oddly enough. And I hope that we learn that here. And I know that I have areas in my life that I can be less bigoted because sometimes I criticize people, right? But I avoid trying to criticize any particular group, race, gender, etc. Although sometimes I will say, you know, my experience with women or my experience as a queer person, I am never going to say those damn anybody or you know who I don't like unless we're talking about literal Nazis, really. And if you align with Nazi ideals, like thinking the white man doesn't deserve the plight he's in, like he didn't fucking create it for himself. Come on, come on. A sad white boy is one thing, but you know, what's self-pitying white man is ridiculous. If you don't like the way society is, you shouldn't have made it. Ta-da! Spoiler alert, you did it to yourself. You can blame colonization for the position you're now in that you don't like, that you feel bad about yourself, because you were too busy for thousands of years making everyone else feel bad about themselves. So if that's honestly the shit that Joe Rogan preaches, this channel ain't like that. We're very gay around here. We're very radical fucking punks around here. We're not right or left because we're anti-politics around here, okay? So let's just clear the air. I've made jokes about that in the past. I had no idea it was as dark as it is. Fuck that. And fuck you if you think that way or think that's cool. I didn't know. I also chose this glass because I felt like it was really like the Spirited Away kind of aesthetic. Which it ended, and I'm going back to Grand Budapest Hotel. Where did I pause it? I don't know what happened. More or less fell asleep. Yeah, it wasn't over. I'll make it to the end. I'm like, will I even make it to spring? Yes, probably. I just don't feel like it right now because it's the treacherous journey to go through the underworld and have to say goodbye to everything, right? So it's funny how sometimes people's ticks don't align. I was thinking about how I just chewed ice with the mic on. Did not hide it. I was like, you don't get to watch me eat, but I guess ice doesn't count because you're watching me drink salads, eat water. I realize some people don't like the sound of chewing, but it's like, buddy, I gotta chew. If it's there, I gotta chew it. And that's not always just ice. I'm kind of one of those people who wants to take a bite of most things that look like they will be nice. Top number one thing that I want to bite so bad, and like hopefully I really never do, is a really well saturated, pre-used water soaked garden foam. Garden foam. That's like the one texture in this world I am like so want to experience, oddly as it is. But we've talked about that. I also really, really enjoy the texture of coffee grounds and stuff like that, or like coarse salt. So I'm very much into textures, so you gotta understand, it's not even a suicidal thing, not like death by garden box, but I very much want to bite the forbidden cube, if you will. That would be my forbidden snack of choice. Y'all got one of those? No, that's okay. It's funny because like last night, it just was a natural progression of conversation that led us to the things that we talked about. And of course, once again, I can always just get on here and talk about anything, right? Absolutely anything. But it just seems like what is actually of interest and what feels important or what feels necessary. I think maybe I could address the title while it's the, although I reckon that it may be slow all evening because it started real late on Saturday, and I don't even have any tarot cards, so what's anybody really tuning in for? But last night I used the tag knowledge is power because the power outages were inspiration. And then I was listening to a reading that used the word power while I was making a reference with a song about power in my story. So I was like, wow, that's nailed it. So tonight I was thinking about knowledge is power almost as if it were the first part of a sentence, and therein the second part would be wisdom is applied. Because what is the difference between knowledge and wisdom? Because everybody has always told me that I was very wise, even at a young age, which, the classic response is thanks, it's the trauma. But I think it's more because of my level of observational that I have, that I become very knowledgeable. But no one really ever comments on or notices the fact that I'm as knowledgeable as I am, which once more, I have discussed my little cheat code of being photographic memory, so it's like easy to recount things or to keep recounting things as to remember them. That's true memorization. But it's the wisdom that seems to stand out to people. And like, what is really the difference? And I guess I wouldn't really know, like, by definition, but based on my experience, I'd say that knowledge is the acquisition of information. And wisdom is, well, intelligence is the interpretation of that information. And wisdom is knowing when to use it or something. That's why I said wisdom is applied. It's when you take what you know and apply it to a situation yourself or whatever else you may be going through or dealing with, and kind of being the knowing rather than having the knowledge. That's maybe, I don't know. That was kind of random, but that's where my head was when I made this title. Almost as though we were in correspondence with the one from last night, which of course is the tagline of Schoolhouse Rock, as we all know. So that's fantastic. Cool. So mighty slow. I might just fucking keep rolling ads as much as possible. See if anybody gets here in the first hour. I will try to make it a whole hour before I give up the stream. Because I can talk to myself, and I know that, confidence is key. People might still watch the replay. And if this were a tarot reading, I would obviously just stick it out and do the reading anyways, if no one was watching, like I have so many times before. And to my lurkers, I appreciate it. But when it's just conversation, it just seems like I will end up oversharing or speaking nonsensically or unreasonably if I'm talking solely to myself. So that's like the only difference, I think, with, the streams or the viewership. Usually I just work around it and ignore it and embrace it, but to some extent. Yep. If I'm directionless, I got nothing real good to say. 111 in somebody's time zone. Okay. I'm gonna roll more ads. Think if I'm missing anything, I should say. And try to bullshit with y'all for the next 40 minutes. I'm sorry to whoever just tuned in. It was 2 viewers. It's slow and I don't have any tarot cards. So I'm just chit-chatting. Feel free to ask questions. I was about to roll ads because I was like, I don't want to talk to myself too much. And I got lurkers coming in and out. Has been too chatty. So if you have any questions or want to discuss anything, tarot related or otherwise, we can just generally spiritual, metaphysical. Tonight's the night. And future reference, of course, the pink always means that we're chatting. The green means tarot. The chat moves to the other side, etc. But I really don't have any tarot cards on me, so I can't do tarot. So I'm gonna roll some ads. Be right back. Oh, you guys, is anybody? Hey, is everybody just gonna lurk on me tonight? It's cool if you do, but I'm also just talking, so it's not gonna last very long if nobody's talking back. Because once again, I'll just end up oversharing or saying something nonsensical and unnecessary, and I'm avoiding that. I was really just gonna roll some ads to kill time to see if anybody was gonna come in, but I don't have any tarot cards tonight. We can do intuitive messages. I can take off this necklace and use it as a pendulum. We can still do stuff, but I don't physically have tarot cards on me right now. So it's up to y'all. So I'll give us a few minutes to think about that, I guess. Will be lovely if you stick around. If you're lurking, going to sleep, totally understand. But I'm trying to make it the full hour, so I'm pacing myself. I'll be right. Okay, why does everybody keep showing up as I'm like, oh, let me just roll ads and kill time if so no one's gonna talk to me? I don't have any tarot cards, you guys. We're just talking about tarot and tarot related topics. Last night we got pretty deep into alien conspiracy, among other things, personal anecdotes. But I'm very directionless. Spirit's not giving me any instinctual messages or any specific topics that I need to discuss, as sometimes I come on here and immediately just start bam, 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 bam. Tonight's not one of those nights. It's really up to you. It's about what you want. It's about what you're going to do, about what you're going to say. Not you personally, but any of you. Yes, it's Pisces season. We're letting things come through, but also things may just feel a little empty because we're clearing out for the end of the year, you know. So, anyways, I'm gonna get a snack. You get a snack. Get some water. Think of something to say. I don't know. Okay. Okay, so that did not go well. We are at a standstill. All right, so what can I even say for the next 30 minutes? I'm trying to think if I have a good enough story that would be worthy of sharing that I haven't already told on this channel that would feel relevant in some way, shape, or form. I could talk about so many different times, but there's once again nothing calling to me, nothing narrowing anything down. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? I feel I'm very much not a person who is out of sight, out of mind. I think once I see something, it's very hard to get out of my mind. Between having photographic memory and having PTSD and wondering if it's one and the same thing, although memory loss is a huge thing for PTSD. So either I'm traumatized 24/7 or it's both coexisting. flashbacks are really immersive thoughts. And maybe the very fact that I have PTSD is because it's to teach about time and the access of memories in a sense, because I do try to find the lesson in those things, and especially the painful things. I have always been that way, but I think I used to be more external than internal. Like, we get it. I don't know why people have to constantly remind me of something I've never forgotten. I think that's maybe where this is going, and also something that irks me is because I have a photographic memory and I am afflicted with PTSD. There are a few things you're going to tell me or remind me of that I am not already completely consciously aware of and don't fully remember in every grave, disgusting, or otherwise dreadful detail. So it's very hard if people are just constantly like, remember when, or, well, you were, or, you know what I mean? It's just like, I know. I'm not one of those people who's gonna say, if you met me before 2020, you don't fucking know me, because that's a cop out and a pussy ass thing to do. Own up to your shit. I don't give a fuck what God says. I will judge you, okay? Bitch, fuck that whole mentality of like, it wasn't me. Yes, it was. And now you're better. Congratulations. Fucking own that shit. Or people who are like, sorry, I was XYZ. I don't remember anything. I don't remember anything. If you genuinely don't remember, good for you. I guess maybe you need to hear it. Hey, I know you don't remember, but there was this one time. Okay. But I remember a fucking lot. And I don't necessarily love that for myself or anyone else necessarily. So it's funny. Sometimes when people try to sort of like bring things up from my past or a past or the past, and it's like, yeah, I actually do remember. Allow me to describe it in detail that you were not expecting me to pull. Like, yikes levels. Yikes levels. Once again, cursed with a photographic memory, afflicted with PTSD, kind of assuming I'm a time traveler. You know? It was cute how I was talking about my old map of the universe that I threw away a long time ago the other night, and someone who has gone on to ridicule me since then had said I wish I could think that deep, and I just would say I wouldn't really necessarily recommend it. But being able to talk candidly about the things that I once felt were very secret or feared judgment for has been a great comfort and even perhaps some confidence to an extent for me in regards to this channel and on my entire, say, spiritual journey, but tarot career, I guess. The oversaturation kind of sucked. I feel like the tarot fan died pretty quickly. And there's people who still do it, obviously, because we are tarot readers and we're into it. And there's a lot of people who still watch. I'm not saying it's gone. I'm saying the fad feels like it has died down. People went back to work. They're busy again. And then, you know, some people are practitioners. It's no hate. I just feel like the oversaturation kind of hurt my business in the past 2 years. 2020 didn't even really take much of a hit. I expected to take a hit in 2020. I didn't expect to take a hit in 21 and 22. And it feels like a lot of people felt the aftermath of COVID late, right? Because people were struggling. I would even say 2021 wasn't that bad. 2022 was peak slowness when it came to like tarot. um, which was interesting to me. But that oversaturated market made it so that, people were getting readings elsewhere or getting into it themselves and yada, 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 okay. But it is nice that because it went mainstream for at least the blip on the radar, it seems people are a little more aware of what it is, and I have to do less explaining when I meet people, let alone when I do readings. And I would say that's like a good advantage of it, I try to have a positive thought for all the negative thoughts, but sometimes I'm so negative that I'm like, fuck positive thoughts. Shove them up your fucking ass. I don't give a fuck about a positive thought. Fuck you. Life's not positive, so what? And it's very much unaligned with my typical practices and demeanor and general vibe in life. So it sucks that I have to just like bear with being this tragically terrible, negative, evil person, kind of like once a month just because I'm not fucking pregnant, even though I'm like actively seeking to avoid pregnancy for my entire existence. Sure is fun to have to explain that to people on top of the weird job I do where I'm like, well, I actually specialize in necromancy? You said, what's that again? Okay. So the fact that people actually know what tarot is at this point kind of does make my life easier, even if it did affect my business on a personal level. But at least I have to explain my job a little less. So, again, just kind of talking random stuff. I guess I'm talking about tarot related things just because I don't know what else to talk about. I'm trying to make it at least an hour. I pop on here when I say I'm going to, right? I said I was going to stream tonight. I always stream Saturday or Friday. I keep saying Saturday. It's Friday, damn. This shit died quickly. Not the stream, but the laptop. Of course, the stream never really lived this evening, did it? I mean, it didn't go enough for me. But I appreciate the quiet. I appreciate that people still want to listen when they don't want to talk back. I appreciate that people might just be resting and still tuning in. I appreciate even more all the nights that people are here and chatting with me, which I try to actively appreciate in the moments as well. But once again, I'm spewing negativity from the very core of my being. And on a vibrational level, physical level, mental level, emotional level, fucking it blows. So streaming usually does lift my mood. But of course, the irony is never lost on me that typically Fridays are poppin', and there is like a sense of irony though that because I'm in such a bad mood, of course the stream is slow. In the whole tarot category I'm looking at, there's only 17 people on here to begin with, so if there's any other readers that are live in tarot right now, yeah, they're all in one other person's, the one person who actually has cards. I don't even have tarot cards. If y'all want to go watch the reading, go for it. There ain't shit going on tonight. Isn't it ironic though that when I'm not in a great mood and I'm not necessarily prepared, that of course it's quiet and there's no stress for me to stay, there's no pressure on me to read, there's no backlash or trolls or anything going on in the chat, which is kind of nice. Because in so many ways I'm not necessarily in the mood, but I do always feel very happy and engaged when I'm on Twitch here, which is why I was trying to stick to my routine of days, regardless of what I had going on. Hey, I don't have any tarot cards, but you can ask me whatever you want, and we can still get some great insight if you have any problems. This is the one time, it's context like this, that you can dump your bullshit and we can discuss it, but I don't have tarot cards. When I do readings, I don't like when people just dump information and then like I want cards about this. It's like, no, that's not how it works. But if we're just talking, listen, I will give you my best advice and my natural intuitive answer for sure. It's kind of one of those nights. Or just talk and discuss about whatever, but it's been a lot of lurkers, so I'll probably only talk to myself for about 20 more minutes before I just call it a night. So anything goes, and I'll stick around longer if anybody has anything more to add or any requests. But once again, if you've been on the stream before, you know this is not my usual setup. Seeing everyone laugh, they're like, no tarot, gotta go. Totally respect it. Totally respect it. I get it. And of course, when people don't really know you, they're not gonna just sit around and want that from you if they want tarot, which I get. And there's like controversy on whether or not I should be streaming the non-tarot streams on tarot anyways, but I think it's just the nature of conversation of wanting to find the right people who are interested in talking about the things that we like to talk about on this channel, rather than maybe like the conversation that is expected on just chatting or any other category that people are just talking. So I don't know. Very cool. It's been great though. This was a nice little touch base week stream. I don't have my mic, my camera, my setting, anything, my cards, nothing. Kind of funny. Kind of not funny. Yeah. I definitely don't see myself lasting more than an hour. I figured by now, if anybody was going to join us, they would, and that's how I know that it's just one of those nights. And it's happened plenty of times, but it has been a while. I admit it has been a minute since it has been this quiet or this slow on the stream, honestly. But I wasn't even prepared for it. So like, what difference does it make to me? But it does feel like I'm just repeating those same statements over and over again because I guess I'm just waiting to naturally segue into some other discussion or topic, and I just don't really have anything. I am sometimes curious about the music category. It's usually for people who like actually perform music, right? And sometimes I just want to talk about music, or even like I've considered like could I be working on music like while I'm on the stream? I don't know how that works because if you can screen share your video games, theoretically you could probably screen share your music editing also. So I thought that would be fun. But it could be kind of slightly above my caliber of technological knowing, if you will. Okay, because I'm not that good with this streaming, let alone any of the other stuff. So I'm gonna put on Grand Budapest Hotel silent, at least for the rest of the stream because I already watched it. So once I'm not streaming anymore, I'm gonna not watch it again. But you know what? Fuck it. We'll just go Ponyo. It's right there. It's kind of the same. It's still Pisces season. Name something more Piscean than Ponyo. Like, the fuck? That's how I would describe a Pisces. Just watch Ponyo. What's it about? I don't know. Fish or something? I don't know. Cute stuff? Yeah. Sure. Okay. Cool. I probably haven't seen this movie in 10 years, and I think I only really ever saw it once. Yes. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Let's get the party started, bro. Hold on a second. Um, cool. Oh my God. Hi. Listen, were you here last night? Okay, I appreciate you. I like, listen, I don't know what to say. I don't have tarot cards. It's the same. Okay, I didn't think so because I remember. I don't know. Thanks for those clips. I love when people clip stuff. Um, that's what I. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Um, but it's so funny because I'm underprepared right now. Because the whole thing is like the whole area lost power, so I came somewhere with power, but I have power, but then I made plans the whole weekend, so I'm like, fuck. I just figured I wouldn't have power. I wasn't gonna be able to stream anyway. Then I went somewhere that had power, and then didn't bring my tarot cards, but then I got my power back. But I was like, man, I kind of want to have my weekend that I was planning to have. By accommodating to a power outage that they expected us or prepared us for. Cool, thank you. Um, until Sunday night, so that's why I was like, fuck, dude. I just assumed the whole weekend was a bust in that regard. So I wasn't expecting to stream necessarily, and then it wasn't really on my forefront when I was like grabbing things in the dark. And then yeah, so right, me too, but I don't have tarot cards, and so for the past like, hey, guys, I'm so glad you're here. I was literally talking to myself, and I was like, if no one is gonna respond to me, I'm gonna have to cut it off in an hour. And I don't want to hold you hostage. I don't want you to feel like, oh God, now I have to stay. It's just like I can talk. I talk to myself all the time. Actually, somebody asked me once, "Do you talk to yourself?" And then I listed all the different ways and levels in which I talk to myself. Holy fuck, it was embarrassing actually once it came out of my mouth. But really, the I know, right? The chat just helps me not necessarily take. I was trying to, yeah. I kind of want to give them up for Lent in a way, and I feel like this is perfect, which is sort of why I didn't grab them. I like thought about it as I was leaving, and I was like, "Fuck it, if I didn't remember, I didn't mean to." Exactly, literally exactly what I was thinking. So I even mentioned that I think like I don't know, 45 minutes ago, but yeah, it worked out. But it's just like if I don't have a distinct message that comes through or a specific story that I want to tell y'all or like something cool I did today, I pretty much just worked from bed today because it was fun. Oh, me or you? I'm watching Ponyo right now and I gotta give it to Ponyo. Ponyo, 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 Ponyo. I don't give a fuck. It's cute. Thanks. Look, I'm a fucking. Watch this. Booba. Because they got the big foreheads. Okay. Sorry. I don't know. Because I'm a Scorpio rising. Punya is so cute. They are really creepy, but I think I like them now. Probably because my nephew looks like one when you put him in a puffy jacket. But, and so do I. If you put me in a comfy, y'all just had to see the forehead. And now I gotta fix my whole situation. Okay. Anyways, got no problem talking to myself or admitting that I talk to myself. But when it comes, oh no, when it comes to the stream, it's just like misguided or misdirected conversation just ends up me basically saying nothing and just oversharing. It's awkward. So I'm glad y'all are here. If you're just tuning in, I do not have any tarot cards tonight. I'm sorry. I like physically don't have them. So tune back in. Hopefully by Monday. Because like I said, I kind of made plans with all the So hopefully by Monday night stream, I will have tarot again because honestly, we're cutting back for Lent anyways. We gave up alcohol, but we're cutting back for Lent. Thank you. I'm glad too that some people are down to chill, but I try to just be honest about it because I get that people are coming on here for tarot and like using the tarot category. I feel like I just got to tell people out the gate, I don't have any tarot tonight. I'm sorry, but we can talk about anything. Like I said, I was just running out of things to talk about because it's like, man, I'm gonna get a little too aggressive if I just go on a tangent and no one's there to kind of me. Oh, I know that one. Ever so sweet, like the early November or something. Is that what you're singing? So yeah. Joey's feeling emo tonight. That's okay. I think Pisces season is bringing out the emo in all of us, and it's definitely not your fault. It's good to express emotions, and it's good to be able to, yeah, no, Joey's feeling a little sad, sadly. That's okay. How is everybody else doing? Okay, fair. I'm pretty emo too. As much as I don't seem like it, I am a classical elder emo, if you will. My era of emo would have been like a range from Something Corporate to Census Fail. I dipped into My Chemical Romance, Taking Back Sunday, but I kept it pretty. I went more towards punk. You know what I mean? Like I still listen to Choking Victim, and I'll still listen to like Motion City Soundtrack, but I like don't really listen to most of the old emo bands that I was into. The Used is one that I never knew that much by them, but all of the songs that I like that by them is amazing. I get that. Yeah, I'm not into the screaming stuff, but Something Corporate North is great. Did not realize how many albums they made in such a short amount of time. They have like 13 albums in like 6 years or vice versa. I don't remember. But Leaving Through the Window was my album. And that's not to say that one is better than another, but you know, back in like 2002 or whenever that shit came out, you bought albums, so you had like an album, you know? So like my album was Leaving Through the Window because I think it was around the time I got into them because I saw them they opened for Good Charlotte when I was in 6th grade, and my mom's friend took us to the concert, which was really nice of her. LimeWire, yeah, I didn't. My dad was kind of like into computers, you know, so he was like, hell no, no. I only know the Ohio song. Yeah, so for sure, for sure, for sure. My cousin definitely had LimeWire because it was like her computer, not the family computer, you know what I mean? So we definitely made our fair share of mixtapes. But when it came to my personal stash, that was the one Something Corporate album I had and loved. But I feel like I know a lot of like North is like As You Sleep, and not not that one. What's the other really big one? Well, not the one that's like Me and the Moon. Is that North too? But I saw Static Lullaby. I don't know who Silverchair is. I don't know what you mean by From Stomp. Yeah, and I got no trouble with that. See, I am a butterfly, but you wouldn't let me die. I am a butterfly. I am a butterfly. Translucent, departed. That was, I think, well, I think a lot of the inspiration he draws is clearly like some kind of, because I think about the circus one is my favorite. I don't know if that's on North too. There's no way there's that many bangers on North. Um, but then they only have like that one other album, and then they put out some live recordings, and then I don't even know what else. But I haven't seen it. I haven't. You can spoil it for me if you want to send me a picture or tell me who they are. I got to see Andrew McMahon in the wild. It's like his solo act. I saw him like 2018. Amazing. He played I Woke Up in a Car. Oh my god, it was so great. Yeah. Oh my god, imagine seeing Andrew McMahon playing it live, bro. Yeah, no, I want to know. I want to know. I'm serious too. Um, what is the circus one? Walking By. That might be my favorite something Corbett song, even though it's not on North, and I just said North or North. Leaving Through the Window is like my album. I think my favorite on there would be the first one or the last one. Actually, Globes and Maps is a jam, but I Want to Save You was like that was my shit when I was like a menstrual sixth grader. No, nope. Oh yeah, that's yeah. Of course. And maybe I'll stay stuck. So here I am. Oh, yeah. Stanley Corbett is great. Great. I'm really glad to have this experience too. Because I was like, am I over this? Okay, I'm sorry. It's like niche emo. So, okay, Jack's Mannequin. They did that blue song. Inside a room, she paints me blue. We're talking about his previous project and then the sort of slight solo venture after. I don't get that reference, honestly. Um, but emo's never been my preferred genre, and it still never will be. So, like, I'm emo, but again, classically emo, really more into the emotional stuff because I was also really into Peter Gabriel and like I don't want to throw Jane's Addiction in there, but like very emotional music where like I liked the emotional aspect of emo and not the sound of what we now know as emo because at the time it was more like of an aesthetic and when you think about emo it's such a multiversatile genre where you can categorize bands like The Used and Something Corporate in the same because The Used to me is like some of their shit is emo, but some of it's so fucking punk, and he is so punk. And yeah, I have seen Dark Shadows, the movie. I actually really liked it. Is that weird? It was like it was kind of some stuff was like really cringy and kind of uncomfortable at first, but the way it plays out is honestly like it was fun to watch. I really liked it. Exactly. Let It Bleed was like that album. Thank you. No, I loved um whoever that girl is. I feel like I've seen her face so many times. But I feel like that was the first thing I saw her act in, and I was really impressed because she was clearly like very young still. And I thought she was a great actress. The way she like sexualizes herself is weird, but one that's Hollywood and two that was part of her grappling with being a werewolf, right? So, like again, it seemed cringy at first, but it's amazing. Yeah, the way they play it all out is just incredible. Um, I would think the sickly son who talks to his dead mom would have been your first choice. I know Emery, but I never got into them. They were a Silverstein Thursday, like the like. Lo- I liked Under Oath because I went to Catholic school and they're Christian. They're Only Chasing Safety. That's the only screamo band I was ever into. But yeah, she is super emo. Yeah, I love her. So, 11 on the pre-roll timer. So yeah, definitely like emo, but don't really align with it as much anymore. No, see, that's like someone relatively new. I'm like Elliott Smith emo. Okay, I'm Bright Eyes emo. All right, like I'm, other direction, not Phoebe Bridgers emo, or is she indie? I don't know. Seems really emotional. Um, Julian Baker's sort of like that, isn't it? She, it's just one person. My bad. Moody quality. Yeah, I don't listen to any new emo music. I don't. I'm not even trying to be like funny or mean when I say that, but I don't listen to anything new. I don't even listen to new music that the artists that I listen to make. When it comes to like the emo stuff. I mean, even the not emo stuff. That's what I'm saying. Like Jane's Addiction. I listened to the Great Escape Artist once, and I think they've literally come up with an album since then. Also, I didn't know the Deftones were the Deftones. I kind of thought the Deftones were kind of like more like the Misfits for no reason, other than like I feel like people who like one often like the other. And I think for a long time I thought it was one band. Like I associated the Misfits skull with the Deftones for a long time. And it wasn't until I think a stream a couple weeks ago. Yeah, you are the one who we already went over this. We talked about this. It was you. It was you. It was the same night we talked about that other guy. Oh no, we're talking about Mike Patton, the Aquarius. And that's what it was. Yeah. So you're the reason that I realized. I love Incubus. Incubus is another one of those like semi emo bands that I like still like. Don't listen to a ton of them, but like them. Morning View was the one. Yeah, I had like the fold out big. It was like a 2 disc for some reason, and it came with a DVD. I'm pretty sure. And like I remember like not having a DVD player in my room, and then getting a DVD player in my room, and the first thing I fucking watched was the DVD. It's just a baby. I don't know all the words, but yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, it's just a phase. Yeah, they're so good. So good. DJ Gilmore? It was like being Linkin Park without all the edginess. R.I.P. Chester. No hate. No hate. But I was never really into Linkin Park. Um, Again, not that kind of emo. But I was really into Incubus. That's so accurate, yeah. You also are kind of like feeding because you're like eliminating a lot of bands before you guess another one, unless you're leading with something. So, hey, if you're just tuning in, thanks for stopping by. I don't have any tarot cards tonight, so we're talking about literally anything. I thought we were going to end up discussing necromancy in more detail because that was the first thing that came up, and then we all just mutually started talking about emo music or stopped talking altogether. So, if you have any questions, it is all love. It is all love. It's all good too. So, if you have any questions, tarot related or otherwise, that now's a good time. If you want to talk to us, tell us anything, randomly share things, usually I'm like, don't interrupt the readings, but there's no readings tonight, so we're not looking forward to anything. Just kidding, we're looking forward to every single day of our lives. Cheers. I don't practice Santeria though. I had $1 million, would I'd spend it on. Okay, maybe I do a little bit practice Santeria. What the fuck? No, because it's African, so that would not be my thing, but it is Catholic spiritism. definitely don't practice Santeria. I shouldn't have said that so casually, but the way it was described, I was like, wait, is it the same? No, probably not. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. It's not African. I was just looking at that. It's actually Cuban, but it is the roots of African folk religion and the sort of diasporic groups that brought it to Cuba and mixed it with the Roman Catholicism that was present in Cuba already, and that's where the practices come from. So yes, it's technically Cuban mostly, but it is kind of African. Yeah. Okay. Jadis. Oh wow, yeah, she's got the hair. I do kind of vaguely recognize her, but definitely forgot. She looks like if I was a Libra or something. Yeah, the hair is on point. It's like this like weird bowl cut. I love how she has a lot of different hairstyles, even in the apocalypse, because that's also very me. You just gotta be changing your look all the time. I love her roots too. They'd be way worse if they were like 9 years into the apocalypse, but it's a cute thought. It also always bothered me how fucking clean they all are. Makes no fucking sense. Hmm. Okay. Well, next ad break. I'll be checking that out. And that's actually in 3 minutes. Okay. Ooh, love that. Okay, there's a lot going on in the chat right now. Morphinage. I don't know which ones you're referring to. I feel like you were here, and I know you're gaming, so you're like just kind of tuning in and out. But I'm glad you could relate on some level. Joey, I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that you're just lyrics. Not sure. And I don't remember your name 53, but um, I am gonna watch that clip. I gotta roll ads in like 2 minutes before the pre-rolls go off. So I'm gonna watch a 3 minute clip of Jadis. And sorry for spoiling the hair thing. I was just looking at Google Images as well. Don't know North Star. Okay, maybe in the next ad break. So if you're just tuning in, hello, I'm Illuminati Miss Stacks. I usually do tarot, but I don't have my tarot cards. This isn't my usual setup. I'm in vacation mode, but I'm so dedicated to the stream and all of you that I'm here anyway. So feel free to ask any questions. We've been talking about music and kind of random stuff. I'm on the tarot channel for a reason though. So if you have any like tarot related questions or otherwise spiritual, metaphysical, etc., I specialize in necromancy And we can definitely do some channel messages if we want to get in the zone and kind of meditate together. We totally can without the tarot cards. But I am here for whatever the vibe is going to be. But in the meantime, I'm going to roll these ads. I'm going to watch this clip. I'm going to be back in a few minutes. I used to like Brand New, but then Jesse Lacey turned out to be perving on 15-year-old girls a little too much to be comfortable, because then you go back and listen to his anti-rape anthems and it's like you were the rapist the whole time. That hurts a lot. Hurts a lot, bro. So I gotta go take it back Sunday. Even though back in the day I definitely liked Brand New better. All right. Yeah, Census Fail's cool. Bite to Break Bare Skin. Oh my god, why does that sound familiar? They had that one album, Let It Enfold You. That was the album. The National is very modern. I don't, like I said, I haven't listened to any like new emo bands. This is all like middle school, high school. I got more into like the format, and again, I've always been more punk than emo, because I'm ready to fuck shit up more often than I'm ready to break shit down. If that makes sense. I'm just kidding. I'm probably more ready to like break it down, but that always fucks it up. So I'm an emotional punk. Um, my little bro likes the National and like those kinds of car seat headrest. I think was one of the bands different era, I guess. Or you just have to be really dedicated to emo. So I did watch that clip, by the way. I totally see what you're saying, where she's like, oh, you have to be it. But also, the reason that I don't like shows like The Walking Dead is because the shit is too real. First of all, what's up with Evil Hopper? Can we just like get that out of the way? Who the fuck is this Evil Hopper guy? Hopper's like the best person ever, and he like vaguely resembles him, and then is a total fucking twat. I don't know what she did, but this whole mentality of like, I'm more powerful than you, I'm bigger than you, give me your weapons, and I'm gonna shoot everyone is just so literally America that it's like, yeah, I'm not surprised y'all let The Walking Dead have 11 seasons, and then you're told every day that the world is ending, so then you have this idea that you're just gonna go shoot it up. That kind of makes sense, doesn't it? That's crazy. God damn. And then everyone's like, it's not the media. And it's like, I think you'd be really surprised how much we are desensitized on a daily basis. And like, I'm not saying that's you. I'm not saying that's you, right? Like, there's still people who are like, no, I like comic books, and so I want to watch a comic book adaptation. I like zombies, so I want to watch something that has zombies in it. And there are people who definitely just enjoy it for what it actually is, which is a comic about zombies. But then there are the shoot 'em ups. That's really messed up. It's messed up that we've normalized it, even in the past 10 years. So I love how half the people that were tuned in left when I brought that up. Creepy. Just kidding. I feel like everyone's kind of chill and knows what to expect out of me. And that's to expect nothing. Speaking of Cadillac, with the top down seat bag rolling in my Cadillac. Messed. Yeah, well, that's kind of usually what comes up on the stream when I'm not doing tarot. It's just like this concept of people waking up and the idea that everyone does it on their own time or at their own pace, or even further still, the idea that people do it in waves, where there's it's almost like, it's not as simple as saying group A, group B, group C, because it does feel like shifting and constantly changing, or it's almost like there's just like these awakening periods, and it's like just based on where you are, right? So we were talking about how like Aquarius season was very much the age of information, of course, is the age of Aquarius or whatever. But there was this like obtaining of information this Aquarius season, and now everybody's kind of getting maybe the clarity they need, or just sort of moving through things, kind of seeing them differently or and understanding them differently. But I think we'll always be frustrated by not the incompetence or inconsistency, but the incompatibility that we end up having with so many people that we have to interact with or share with or otherwise be around, because not everyone can be aligned to the same thing at the same time. You know, it's more frustration, I think, than exhaustion at this point, because some days I'm tired, but I feel like I gotta pretty much get the shit kicked out of me to be tired, or to want to give up and want to rest, or I gotta have the real bad thoughts for me to want to give up on things. Just my general way of being. And, well, it's one of those things that, again, I think it's just frustration that comes from generally being misaligned with one another. But because everyone's going at their own pace and because everyone has their own destiny or purpose in this lifetime, just as we do, we have to say, some people's purpose is to be my opposite, is to be my enemy, is to be my adversary, right? Be my adversary. And then just accept that it would be a much worse life to be them in so many ways. And that's why a lot of times they're so cruel in making fun of us, right? Especially if you are a fellow queer person, somebody had to give us a reason to keep talking, to keep getting dressed, to keep kissing girls or, sucking dick. And yeah, right? Right? Sometimes it's not as easy as to say pray for peace, because sometimes we find ourselves praying for karma or praying for a lesson on the behalf of other people. But for me, I had to come to realize and was told by a very wise Capricorn auntie of mine that someone's always gonna play the villain and it would really fucking suck. It would really fucking suck. And so it's like, what in your fucking mind makes you want to do that is sad, really. You know? So as much as I'm like, couldn't we just be shooting people in the head like they used to do back in the day if it was such an issue, right? They only do that for controversial people, not for violent people, not for dangerous people. Only controversial people. Okay? That's why someday, as suicidal as I am, it fails me every time I try. Spirit is keeping me alive. If they ever get me, just know it was an inside job, right? Like, controversial people get bullets, not dangerous ones. So instead of thinking like that, because that was a big conversation when the president got elected that last term, right? Is everyone's like, can't somebody just like off him? So sometimes I don't spend too much time doing this, honestly, because it's probably a waste of time. But sometimes I imagine these men, these unhinged, powerful. I'm sorry, we have to stop using the term powerful to describe people who are in control. Because if you feel a need to seize control and have dominion over other people or use something like money and fame to manipulate the way people perceive you, you lack some serious power. You actually lack power. You have no power. You had to buy it. You had to like get a gimmick for it, you know? Yes. Oh, wow. He's very intuitive, by the way. I think that's probably, I would take the insight from Joy. It's a Scorpio, So, hell yeah. That's very sweet. And I think actually what you're saying aligns with what I'm saying in two different contexts, in two different ways, right? Is I try to imagine these unhinged men who have power issues and therefore control issues, that they just go to therapy. I just try to imagine like Putin in therapy and like sitting down and having to look someone in the face and be like, I started a war, didn't I? Yeah, buddy, you did. Do you want to unpack that one together? Because I'm willing to do it. Can you really fathom that? Like in this day and age when you have everything at your fingertips and you can literally be and do whatever the fuck you want, you decide to be a warlord, that's like, okay, sweetie, what's going on? What happened at home? What did your parents do? Who were you mad at? Come on, like you're waging a whole fucking war. For what? You're like mad that, well, they're not sharing with me. Well, they have their own toys. You have your own toys. We have different rooms. Okay, respect the boundaries. What's going on with you? That's what I'm again saying. I feel like you should stop adding someone if they're not responding to your messages. No, sorry, I don't know if I'm being too intrusive. There's always a delay in the chat. But I agree where it's like maybe shooting people in the head didn't work because of course only good people ever got shot in the head. Even Mussolini was hung, right? So, um, Hitler shot himself in the head, so I don't think that counts. And did he? You know, like Operation Paperclip. Did they really find his body in there? Hard to say. Definitely dead now, but either way. I'm not saying that would be a good thing or I'm rooting for it, but if you want to talk conspiracy, those are conspiracies. I don't think an extraterrestrial life existing and the government acknowledging it and like putting out statements about things like MK Ultra or Agenda 21 or whatever, like that stuff's not conspiracy because it's happening, right? Conspiracy would be like, did Hitler actually die that day? Or did he continue to live and build the current American political regime that we have in this country today? Because it's very much giving right? So, once again, Operation Paperclip, real thing that happened. Real thing that happened. They literally were like, we're just gonna lie and say a bunch of these dudes died, we're gonna give them new names, and we're gonna hire them at NASA. Operation Paperclip is fucking real. LOL, that's so funny. Yep. Because it's absurd and taboo to even consider to an extent, right? I feel like the younger generations of men are like, yeah, I fucking go to therapy. Are you kidding me? Like, I don't want to deal with y'all, so I take care of it. Like, I think I'm proud of these young men who are like totally in touch with themselves, and it's like finally freedom of man, truly. And the men who like told them not to be that way are now saying, I'm being scrutinized for being a white guy. And it's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. You're being scrutinized for being a colonizer, a bigot, and a bunch of other things like having control issues or being manipulative, right? It's not because you're a white man, it's because you're a colonizing, unemotional, detached, and somewhat inherently evil white man. Okay, so yeah. Let's just get their asses in therapy. Like, can we just not call a UN meeting and be like, listen, we're forcing it. I can get a court ordered fuck it. You know what I'm saying? And political leaders are just somehow abstained from that. Who's doing the mental background checks? That's fine. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that's the thing. If you can't pass a therapy session, then you should absolutely have your power revoked. You should not be sitting in a seat in which you make decisions if you cannot prove that you're sound of mind and have logical and otherwise reasonable inspiration behind what you're doing. So, like, I just feel like for as much as people want to say, oh, pity, we can't do anything about it, it's like, y'all do this shit to us on a daily basis. What do you mean you can't do anything? You know what I'm saying? Like we get arrested all the time. We get fucking locked up in a 48-hour hold here and there, fucking whether it's psych or a jail cell. But then like politicians or corporations are allowed to just commit multitudes of crimes on levels that are way bigger and way more dangerous, way more poisonous than we as the individual ever could. And then y'all are like, oh, well, our hands are tied. We can't really do anything because they're this and that. And it's like, sounds like a lie. Sounds like a gaslight. Sounds like kind of more lies, more gaslight. That's great. And then people still are like, did you vote? Bitch, for what? Literally for what? Vote for what? I can't figure it out. I can't personally figure it the fuck out. But vote for y'all to go to therapy? Yes, I did. Amazing. Insane. In the membrane. Anyway, a little off topic, on topic. Nothing is in or out tonight. That's the whole thing. I don't have any tarot cards, so we're just chatting. Stuff comes up naturally. I discuss it. That's usually how these things go. When we're doing more of a chat thing, we got Ponyo on the TV on silent because I don't want to get in trouble for having audio that does not belong to me. Can you tell I'm looking for something? I'm in a very small, open, non-cluttered space. And so I'm questioning to myself how I would lose stuff sitting here alone. With absolutely no way of losing it. It's so funny. But anyways, yeah. So how's it going? couple more people are like, I'm out. I don't even know what she talks about half the time. And I realized that to some extent it probably is unwise to be as openly anti-political as I am, because a lot of people do see that as a very irresponsible stance. But once again, I find it irresponsible that y'all are passing laws that you don't know you're passing. You're putting parties in power that have done nothing but damage. And then you want to turn around and criticize the fact that I'm abstaining from the practice at all. That's like, we're on the ground, We're on the ground. We're working together. We have each other. So it's not really about, playing along to what they've told us to play. That's like, it's time to flip the fucking table, kind of. Like Jesus style, right? How appropriate as Easter is approaching. His rebirth into being in Aries or whatever. 222, whoever's time zone that might be. There is some speculation. So it's funny, let's just go Jesus, because people are always really into the theology conversations, it seems like. I was in an astrology thread and I said, Jesus is an Aries, bro. And everybody downvoted it. And it's like, why? It makes the most sense that it's theorized that he was born in springtime and died in winter. But of course, with him being from the Middle East, I don't know technically, like, the time of year, is it the same as it is here? I don't know. I know, like, south of the equator is like opposite, but like the other side, I don't know. The other hemisphere, those hemispheres when they go this way, and no, the hemispheres are like this. It matters, but I don't know. So I don't really get, just like a side reel would be your tropical zodiac. I don't know if it would be the same in Jerusalem, like where he was born. But it just would make sense that if he was born in the spring and died in the winter, and we have spring at the same time, or I'm sorry, Easter at the same time every year, but not the same day every year, but most of the time it falls in Aries season. To me, that just says that he is an Aries. Like, I don't know. And then also any of the channeled messages I've done with him seem to be like that he supports this energy of being an Aries, And then when you kind of cross compare the principles of the zodiac with the disciples of Jesus, they do very much align, and some people do theorize that that's why Jesus had 12 disciples, was to represent each of the signs. And so in this thread where I said, no, he's hands down, he's an Aries, and everybody got mad, and I'm like, no, he's a Pisces, and it's like, okay, Oh, yeah, that's what I was telling Joey to literally stop adding someone who's not responding. I like briefly did say that earlier. And then you came back and responded. It was kind of funny. It just seems like common courtesy. But no, not trying to call anybody out. Um, but that's exactly same energy as to why I said it. And also I'm sure it's no hard feelings for anybody either. So um I personally think he's an Aries. Someone made the point that like, okay, maybe he was a Pisces and because he was reborn in Aries season, then he's an Aries, but in reality he died in the winter and Pisces season is more winter. So I think he was born in Aries, died at Pisces. Because he came back from the dead like 3 days later. And that was like his completion of the life cycle. Was from Aries to Pisces. Cool, thank you. Appreciate that. That's what I figured. And people did not like that. And I said instinctually, because of course these people randomly on Reddit in the astrology thread don't know that I do necromancy. They don't know who the fuck I am, nor do they care. Everyone on Reddit typically is anonymous. And that really cracks me up because people will hide behind that and they will say things that they don't want anyone to know that they've said. And they'll talk about people in their lives and be anonymous about it. And it's like, well, my account is attached to me. It's the IL Mistakes branding. So what I'm saying is not anonymous. And you can come and get me. I don't know. You can go look. Sometimes I say some out of pocket stuff. Sometimes I'm way too aggressive because like I'll go on there and take out some of my PMDD rage on random assholes and that are asking if they're assholes, right? I'll be like, yeah, bro, nobody cares about your nut. Okay. So whatever. But it's funny for the astrology takes. It's like, and I guess I could present my credentials, but Jesus told me he was an Aries and Peter was the Pisces. And that Judas is also an Aries because duality. Okay? So that has nothing to do with them. Um, but just, again, the Jesus conversation. So I feel like that's part of the reason is this past year having explored Catholicism with a new perspective, having already had 25 years experience in the church, has been super revealing, eye-opening, mind-blowing, absolutely boggling experience to recognize how many of the practices I did in church back in the day that I fucking hated, that I stopped doing, grew out of, and ended up doing in a different way is astounding. Is astounding. And so then it hit me when I realized that I actually really fuck with Catholicism on a level that most Catholics don't. They don't really think about what they're doing. They just think they're regular Christians. They have no idea they're doing witchcraft. None. That's the thing. I kind of just keep saying that I'm Catholic. I don't know. I don't really have any practices. I do tarot and I just listen all of the goddamn time. It's the necromancy is the most prominent thing, I think. I can consider that I get messages from spirit or whatever, but I think it's probably just the dead people just constantly whispering in my ear. But guess what? Jesus is a dead person too. That's what blows my mind is these Catholics are like, just pray to Jesus. God will talk back. You'll have a side. I'm like, got a direct line. What's up? What do you want to know? And they're like, blasphemy. Like, says who? He literally came back from the dead. This is the fucking same religion that you taught me about. So honestly, lately I've been identifying most heavily as Catholic. It's a full circle moment because just rejected the church entirely after 15 years. I was like, fuck this. And I never stopped going to church. What do you mean my last minute? um, are you asking me how I die? Have you seen Killing Eve, by the way? I think you might like it. It's really good. No. I think the way you said it so cryptically was actually too nice. Um, there is this place I described. I think I'm going back to the astral plane. I think I have a job on some council. Um, Killing Eve is still a super sexy show about lesbians, so you might still like it. But one of the things that you said in there reminded me of a scene in that show. It's a British series and it's only 4 seasons, so it's quick episodes. It's on Hulu. For real, it's good. But Astral Plane, I think they gave me a job. I think because I dedicated my life to the dead while I was living, they were like, "We got you when you're dead." I'm not really sure how true it is because there have been times in my life that I am so sure nothing happens when you die and everything's just cut off. There's no more power source. But as a time traveler, I also have this feeling, not expectation necessarily, but there's this like conflicting principle where, okay, people who have been dead and brought back to life will tell you it's like a very peaceful sleep. And so they don't believe in an afterlife a lot of the time. People who have died are usually the ones who don't believe in an afterlife. And I've been there where I'm like, you don't remember anything when you die. But this is the thing that always tripped me up since I was a kid is if you are kind of like always living in a moment. Yeah, that's how people describe it when they die. I personally think they're if because they come back to life, their spirit, God, creator just kind of knows that. And I feel like they're being blocked from seeing what it really is because they wouldn't choose to wake back up. That's my own theory. But I've been there of the blackoutness, right? Right. Um, but since I don't know, getting as accurate as I have with the necromancy, there's just there's something. I mean, there's a lot of things that tell me otherwise. That's kind of how this all come to be. I would say 6 years ago, because I was taking medication, right, like meds, and I would get knocked the fuck out at night, and I wouldn't dream, and it was like the first time in years that I didn't dream, and I felt so fucking empty. I kind of just felt like I was dying every night and waking back up and being alive and being like, oh, because I was so unconscious that I thought I was dead. I do not like that. I do not like that. Okay? But if the astral plane does exist in the same way that we've discussed it in terms of dreams, then why, when you release your entire supply of dimethyltryptamine before you die, and also why would they put us on medication to prevent us from going to the astral world while we're alive? That's like, I would love to keep talking about this because it's actually interesting. If somebody wants to know. Instead of everything we talk about together is interesting, y'all. But sometimes I'm just bullshitting and we know it. This is more my line of work. But I got 30 seconds before the pre-roll timer goes off, so I gotta roll some ads and I'll be right back. Woo! All right, I am back. It was a good bathroom break. Take a piss, smoke a joint. Fuck yeah, found the fucking thing I was looking for. Found my fucking iPhone that was missing. Ponyo is cute. Ponyo is cute. Oh my god, it's literally that scene where it's like about 2/3 of the way through. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, about 2/3. More like 3/4 of the way through the movie. Um, and all I can think about is Grand Budapest Hotel and how badly I'm put that on, even though I just watched it. I don't think there's a better movie in the world than Grand Budapest Hotel. I just, this is so good though. Yeah, I forgot how good Ponyo is. Yeah, this is legit as fuck. I gotta rewatch Ponyo soon. And not on silent, you know? So, anyways, um, I'll leave it on. I'll leave it on. I know there's Pisces in the chat tonight. And, you know, everybody said, oh, it's so cute. And last night when I was watching Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou, nobody knew what the fuck it was. Nobody has ever seen it, apparently, on this fucking stream. And the people I even spoke to, like, before the stream, and I was still fucking, oh, good night. I didn't even notice that. I'm so sorry. I didn't scroll up at all. Cool. I totally forgot to catch up on the chat while I was gone. My bad, y'all. Okay. Echo chamber. Come on. I feel like I have a pretty weirdly diverse audience, honestly. A lot of them agree with me. A lot of people come on here and question me and troll me and shit. And I told them, I just fucking usually adapt to good ideas and know when to fucking stop talking. Yeah, I agree. That's the thing, being unconscious and releasing your consciousness are, in my opinion, two different things. So people who have been died and come back to life were unconscious because their consciousness never left their body because they were meant to be revived, right? Like that's I agree. It's way too much. It's just the very physics or theories that we have on life is kind of like just because you say matter can never really be destroyed, only reformed, or energy has to go somewhere, basically, like laws of electricity. It's like everything that we say and have mutually agreed upon and have proven to some degree kind of just unanimously does back the idea of an afterlife to a certain extent. You know, return to source, whatever it is. It's just like without eyes, how do we can't conceptualize consciousness without seeing. I suppose like a blind person would be able to, but they still live in a world of objects and see by sight, you know? So even then, it's like they have a means to be able to go, like physically grasp the physical world. So I think even without sight, it's not just so much sight, but to live in this reality, I think it would be very hard for us to grasp consciousness as anything less than a person. And I think that's why we attribute the past life energy to very human versions of ourselves. And I think that there's a possibility that you can project whatever you want into this world, you know, from the other side. And even while you're alive is kind of a lesson. I see the chat is moving. Let me keep, sorry, I got stuck on one message and have not caught up on the chat. Yep. 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 And I think that I'm someone who's got real in touch. I came back this lifetime. I've known what my life, like what I was doing the whole time I've been here. I mean, it is insane since day one. I knew what the fuck I was talking about without having any fucking idea. I'm one of those kids. And the thing is, it was always like, it was more, I know who I am, not I remember who I am. And then as I got older, and the more I got into the Akashic Records, and the more that I did talk to dead people, and the more that I did connect with Source or see God in my own way, and my years of servitude and worship to any religion is going to serve well in that sense, right? My spirituality was already on fucking 10 by the time I was 10, I was considering a life at the convent. So I was always very dedicated to this. Um, but I knew since I was a kid exactly what I came here to do and like why I wanted to meet so many people. And I realized as I got older, it's like, oh my God, I came back to know everyone. Everyone I've ever known. That's why I'm in a time with 8 billion people, so that's even possible. It's a tall order though. I've met a lot of people in my life, but there's so many more. Oh, there's so many more. But love that perspective. A lot of animals do have dreams, even as far as we know, and we know that frogs produce DMT, so there you are. Wash your hands and wash your face. Water's gone, evaporates and goes to outer space. That's because I talked to a 2-year-old, and I was like, I could teach you the word vaporized, or I could teach you the word evaporate, and I think it'd be more useful to teach you the word evaporate, so I just adjusted the lyrics a little bit. Evaporates and goes to outer space. Yeah, connected to is also infected with, but again, I can teach a 2-year-old the word connected or infected. I'm gonna go connected. So I think those are the only lyrics that I changed. So don't correct me. Oh, don't take too much credit for all the work that I've done without you, though. No, I'm just kidding. But I also think that it does take a team, and I've always been trying to build a collective, and it will never be something that I feel I'm done entirely myself either, right? Um, but I also am trying to take more ownership over the things that I am and the things that I have. And I do very much appreciate all the support. But for me, it's a Big Sean moment, you know. Haven't had it yet, but and not necessarily as much as I love rapping. I don't really see that playing out in that regard. It was more reference to that line where he's like, um, "They say it happened to me overnight." Shit, yeah, I guess. I guess it took 10 years for me to be an overnight success. But you know about little check, let's just check or something. Check, 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 mic, check. There's no mic. That's why it sounds like shit. So, um, impromptu stream, no cards. What's good? Yeah. So, anyways, okay, this is just random and kind of funny and totally niche and back to the topic of music and not even emo music. But I kind of like, okay, so I'm on Reddit. I was talking about Reddit. I like love Reddit. I don't know, it's like more fun than social media because it's like, it's slightly more constructive in way of like, it's pretty educational. And honestly, I love reading people's opinions because I'm someone who can definitely be influenced by other people and not to the extent where I let go of who I am or compromise my morals, but realize how, if you can read the way someone else is perceived for something that maybe you've done, I think it's valid opinions and it's a good thing to be able to reflect or to be able to acquire more information, to be able to make a better call or a better judgment. It's like what happened with the Joe Rogan thing today. And I'm like, is he really that? He's that bad? Tragic. I know way too many people who have casually listened to that podcast because they're like, oh, so and so is on here. Oh, this and that. Ew, hello. Dude's transphobic. What the fuck? I didn't know. He's just like blatantly racist. I thought there was like one incident with one of his friends being like, he's cool, which was dumb, but he's like in his 50s, and I expect that from these old ass colonizing kind of men. But the fact that it's like way worse than I imagined totally sucks. Yeah, that's like super disappointing. So, anyways, love Reddit for those very, very things. But today, oh my god, how long have you been freaking like, um, what? Lurking? This is amazing. I feel like anybody with a Twitch account for like 10 years deserves it, but I haven't seen Pez Gordo. So, Okay, good luck. Is that a video game? Oh my gosh, don't do that. There's always someone lurking, so you cannot say that. Was it you or was it not you? Um, that's so funny. Thank you. This is so fun. Thank you. I love you. What a great night it always is. So I'm glad you're Allie. Wait a second. I'm so glad you're here. Okay, so you heard me sing Froggies. Um, okay, Oh, okay. Well, welcome. I'm glad you are here. I'm glad you made it. And I just was about to bring up the Flaming Lips, and I'm so glad you were here because earlier you missed our entire very in-depth discussion about emo music. It wasn't so in-depth, it was expansive. It went this way, not this way. So we talked about emo music, and now I was talking about Reddit because I was about to talk about this article I read, and then you gifted this up. So that's just like such good timing because I didn't know you were here, and what a way to end. Introduce yourself. Thank you. Um, I love you so much. Um, read this article. It was so funny. I kind of want to find it and send it to y'all. And I know that like you never really clarify how to pronounce that, but there is just it was so funny. I think it was Stereolab wrote this article that was like 10 Flaming Lips songs that not even Flaming Lips fans would know. But psychiatric needles. Bro, you're just listing tracks off an album. Do you know Lips fans? That's like going up to a deadhead and being like, "Hey man, have you ever listened to Aoxo Moxoa?" Bitch, who the fuck is it? Who do you think the Dead fans are? Who do you think Lips fans are? Like Lips fans, boy. You literally listed something off one of their most popular albums of all time. Like what? What? And then they named like three pretty deep cuts where it's like, okay, you kind of got me on that one. Like that's it's pretty niche reference. And then some that were like the most like the Captain. We all know that song. Don't say Lips fans. That's not what you mean. People who have heard of the Flaming Lips probably won't know the songs on this list. Lips fans probably would miss one. I thought it was very fucking funny to the point where I wanted to share the list with someone who like knows it. Oh my gosh, and I go on Reddit to find it, and it's very funny to see that people have. That's so funny. And the Lips fans agree that the title was a bit ridiculous because it is clickbait. And someone made the point like, don't blame the writer because usually the headlines are made by the people who are posting it, not the people writing it. Totally great point. So keep that in mind. This list is so fucking funny though because it's like great songs. Again, like 10 out of 10 great songs. But the number 10 is Will You Return When You Come Down from American Head, the most recent album they made. Like who wouldn't know? I'm sorry. It's just such a goofy thing where it's like you're not even trying at this point. But that's more on Stereo Gum than anybody. I think that's really cute. No, this is not a hoodie. It's a comfy bitch. Wait till you see this. Yeah, Flaming Lips read it. I'm about to link it to you though, because it's that funny to me. That's the stereo. Or I don't know if I did that right. That doesn't look like it. Yeah. It's stereo gum via. Yeah. This is like the transferring it from Reddit. I'm like, oh, it's like a third party link. I didn't even realize it, but I think it's fine. Sorry if it's not. I'm not very good on the internet. It seems like a very Reddit thing to do. That just cracks me up. Like, yeah, fucking Erica Badu collab. Like, anybody would forget about that. It's all just very funny. I thought it was very funny. Hope you like it too. Hope that link isn't weird. I was like, I don't get why it's Stereo Lab, but or gum or whatever the fuck. Back to the hoodie though. This ain't a hoodie. It's a motherfucking comfy. Okay. Speaking of a cat guy, this is basically a cat bed. It's like that velvety on the outside with that plushie on the inside. This is literally the material of a cat bed, and it comes in two sizes: one for kids, one for adults. This is the sleeve. My arm, my hand, my shoulder is right here, and my hand. Look at that. Yeah, no. Wait till I fucking wait till you see this shit. One size only, bitch. That's this motherfucking comfy. Okay, it goes down to my knees. Yeah. Oh yeah. This is not. No. What? Stop. I have bells on. Leave me alone. Um, you cannot have my cat bed comfy. Okay. Sorry. Absolutely no. First of all of my hoodies are part of my collection. So I'm not apt to trading hoodies typically because I really only have one true hoodie and it was the one I designed. But this, no, I don't think you could get me to trade this bright pink comfy for fucking anything, really. Like way too much money when it's only $40 on the internet. I know you were like making a joke and I'm clearly taking it way too seriously, but I also just want to emphasize how much I fucking love this thing and no, I'm not sponsored. I'm just a fan. Baby, I was born this way, no matter black, white, or beige. Latina or Asian made, I'm on the right track, baby. I was born to be brave. No matter what anyone says, just love yourself when you're sad. I'm on the right track, baby. I was born this way. I was born this way. I was born this way. Okay. Jogging the lake sounds luxurious. The fuck is wrong with you? And yes, you get what I'm saying. It's literally just most of them are from the album. Isn't that fucking hilarious? Again, I think whoever wrote the article probably was just like 10 great lip songs that you might not know. And the editor was like, 10 lip songs not even Flaming Lips fans would know. So all the Flaming Lips fans would click the article and be like, is there a song I don't know on this list? And the answer is like, gonna like 9 out of 10 times be like, no, no, there isn't. Oh, there you go. Maybe it was them. That's even better. Thank you. Thank you. Fuel my hatred. Thanks. Not a fan of the website that much either. That's what I'm saying. Like, as the list goes on, I think Jets was like the most niche take in the list, right? Like, hands down. But, okay, fair. That is not a jog. You made it, you undersold it. That sounds like way more than a jog, buddy. That's pretty funny. I was gonna paste a link and look at the listing in because I couldn't remember anything else, but then I realized I copy and pasted this link. This is like the only hoodie I own besides the company. And I'm not trading it with you, but I'm making it available. Sounds miserable, bud. Especially depending on what you drank. Because apparently your hangover can differentiate between, you know, like alcohols. And I didn't realize that there was like an actual science behind that until pretty recently when I looked it up because I noticed that whiskey made me feel way more. No, it was before that. And then I noticed it in real time. Yeah. Somebody asked and we looked it up and I went out drinking. So just love yourself and you'll set on the right track, baby. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's It was so gimmick, right? It was such a fucking yank. So fucking bad. Literally, I think Jets is the only one I can really give them credit for because, again, like the captain is a cold hearted and egotistical fool is like the first song anybody listens to outside of any album because it is a fucking B side of the Soft Bulletin, which is one of their most well known albums. Um, oh, you're trying to lose weight? Change your diet. And I'm not saying go on a diet, I'm saying dairy's always gonna make you gain weight way faster. And fatty meats are, I'm not saying cut out dairy or meat, but lean meats and less dairy. Fastest way to lose weight is to just cut dairy. No, fuck diets though, because I'm not gonna be like try keto and paleo or South Beach. Like I'm not gonna name a diet, but changing your diet, eating more fresh vegetables. Like I was very lean. The more raw I ate, the more lean I was. I'm currently kind of trying to fatten and muscle up myself. Um, Not even less calories. You just have to make sure you're burning off the calories. It's the fattiness, you know, like caloric intake. It just depends on like right. It just depends on how much you're doing in a day. If you don't have a super physical job, don't eat as many calories, I guess. But calorie counting is not going to do much for you, right? And so like cut beer, literally gin on the rocks. I'm giving you all my best weight loss tips. Cigarettes, come on. Stimulants, yeah. Cut fucking beer. Duh. You will literally lose like all your weight and especially your belly. Just go straight liquor. Sounds silly, but it's true. And I don't mean mixed drinks, I mean straight liquor. And apparently vodka and gin are the best for you because least hangover symptoms and least damaging on the body. So the more you know. Yeah, yeah, lifestyle change. Running is not gonna help you be a belly, buddy. It's gonna make them fucking lean legs very cut though. Nice. Hey, stars. Welcome to the party. Have you been lurking for a while, or are you just getting here? I always try to figure out if the lurkers that are always here, like when I start my stream, are my regulars who inherently usually tell me when they or how long they've been lurking. Whereas I never really do get an answer a lot of times from people who like are inexplicably here every single time I start my stream. It's almost creepy. I appreciate it, but it's creepy. I hate running. It's just not my thing. Right. It's well, and I asked someone who was very muscular. I worked with him like many, many years ago. Um, and I asked him like, what is the best workout to like get muscle and gain muscle mass? Kind of like the fastest or without going to the gym. And he said, even if you were interested in the gym, I would still recommend running because it uses so many muscles in your body that it's the most all around effective thing you can do for every part of you, you know, because you're working your abs by like breathing and you're moving your arms as you run, and of course all your weight is on your legs, and the legs are very obvious, but you don't really think about how you have to keep your back straight in order to like run efficiently. So you're like you're working like every muscle in your body when you run. So that was suggested to me by someone. Once again, he was very into fitness and like at one point worked in the industry, but then like we were at the bar together. But yeah, I never got into it, but I always appreciated that tidbit because I do try to incorporate running into my walks where I'll do sprints, you know, or if I'm with my nieces, nephews, kids, and cadoodles, I will chase around and like play tag or be on a playground with them. So I try to stay active, but running without purpose, no. It's just for sure not for me. I got strong ass legs though. I can. Especially now I quit smoking cigarettes. I'm surprised at how long I can last. I walked the mile in high school. I tried to do the sprinting thing, and my friends were like, "No," and I was just like too self conscious to run by myself. I was like, I don't care. The state can think that I'm a slow runner. I don't care. I don't care. Why are y'all timing how fast we can run a mile anyway? That's so fucking bizarre. What are you using? Like, okay, like you try to catch a criminal and be like, check their fucking records. Oh, they can run a mile in 6 minutes. We better fucking send out our best guy. Oh, this bitch fucking took 13. We ain't, that ain't shit. You know. Um, Planks, yeah, planks are pretty crazy. I struggle with planks. Push-ups I struggle with too. I'm all well, okay. Women or people who are assigned female at birth's center of gravity is in the hips, whereas being assigned male at birth puts your center of gravity at the chest, and that's where men or okay, I'm sorry. Sometimes it just is like a mouthful to continuously say assigned female at birth and assigned male at birth. We understand where we're at with that, right? This is a very pro queer and very queer channel. We hate terse and we will fight you. We are punk as fuck, and that means we're gay as fuck. Cause it's like what punk is, bitch. Cool. So if I say men and women, can we forgive me? Because we gotta loosen up on each other if we want anybody to take us seriously or actually change the minds of others, right? So men's center of gravity is up here, women's center of gravity is at the hips. That's why they're shaped like triangles and we're shaped like hourglasses. So naturally, I can just leg press like 400 pounds, but I hate push ups, you know? Hmm. That's great. Right. You gotta cut the beer is the worst way to bloat, man. I'm telling you, just cut beer, you'll be amazed at what your body will look like. Wow. I hate mornings too. Oh, that was your time. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Yeah, fuck that. Oh yeah, some people right. Like why who even has that kind of time and energy? Shit, they don't got time. So they're like, let's get this done. Um, it's been a long time, but it's just whereabouts that it was like I was in my high school gym class, and me and this other girl who was like half my size both got on there. We're like, we could just do this all day. I think I actually hit 450. Don't know. It was one of those things where you just sit down. I don't know if I'm saying it right. It's not like a lift. It was like where you push it, you just push it, and I put my whole body into it. But I was 14. I'm much stronger now. Yeah, no, my legs. That's what I'm saying. I haven't been to a gym though, so I haven't tried. They got some thickness, but underneath that, so I walk. I mean, I walk a lot. I don't run. I don't enjoy running. I don't enjoy being out of breath. I walk around and I sing because I'm more concentrated on my breath work and then also being outside than I am on fitness. But I do appreciate that it does keep me in shape to to walk a few miles a day. Obviously, when the weather is wrong, I'm like, nah. Some days, even if it's cold, I'll still try to get like a mile in at least, or a couple walks that'll add up to a mile or two. But in the summertime, I'll spend hours just walking around. It's ridiculous, like how long I can occupy myself doing that. Um, but I'm a loud person and I love to sing, so I do just go out into the world and sing. Cause like it just being at home, you don't want to disturb people. Being out in public, it's like, hey, the cars that pass by are louder than I am. Get over it. Um, maybe this conversation is your sign to go back and also New Year's resolutions. Like it's Pisces season, so we're at the end of the year. It's about to be Aries season, which is the beginning of the year. So you could try it. I don't know, or you could just like go outside more. I don't know. It's like some of those parks have like adult playscapes, and it's like workout equipment at the park, which is really cool. Maybe the gym isn't the thing. Because I don't like working out in front of people. I'd much rather do stuff at home, squats, or even like light weights, or whatever. Yeah, I'm with it. Oof. I'm always working on my posture too. I feel like right now I know that I have this like low quality mic that I kind of have to like whisper to, so I'm trying to keep that back straight and lean in, but when I'm not conscious of it, I'm a lot worse at it. Quite honestly, it might be scoliosis. I don't really know. Yeah, I think all of our posture sucks because we're the computer generation, right? And we grew up like this, and it's now this, and we're fucked if we continue to do it. And it's crazy how many like parents these days are like totally cool to just like starting their kids off that way, whereas we come from a time where it was like sit up straight when you're in school or sitting at the table or whatever, and now it's just like everybody sits like this so nobody notices anymore, and the kids are just like immediately, really don't have a chance to do. We kind of fucked ourselves up, but these days it's just that's gonna be people. Hi, I don't have any tarot cards tonight, but I don't do personal readings on my channel anyways. But you can always go to my website, www.healingmillie.com, and you can book yourself a reading. 22222 on the clock, on the timer. This isn't my usual setup, so I'm in what I would say is vacation mode, where I didn't really intend to have no cards on the stream, and usually I do a general reading. Should be doing them probably not till Monday, honestly. Um, but you can book one. But again, if you book one, I still don't have my tarot cards on me, so it will also be Monday if you want a personal reading. That's pretty unusual for me, but there were some excruciating circumstances this week that led to these events where I kind of made plans for the weekend, and I forgot my tarot cards. So, sorry. This is a chat stream tonight for that reason. But then typically on my channel, I do only do general readings, anyways. And a lot of times it gets pretty personal. Okay. That's very sweet of you. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to do the at home stuff. So we can also, since we're talking about fitness and there's people who are on here like, what's the scoop? Sorry, no tarot, but let's talk about how your physical wellness is definitely going to tie into your mental, emotional, and spiritual wellness, right? So it's really interesting how I feel like it's not even the more I take care of myself, because I've never been shy about eating, and I've always kind of enjoyed a good shower, and like I always try to curb my vices. And also, I gotta roll the fucking ads before the pre-roll goes off, you guys. I was not paying attention to the timer at all. It's at 0, and I don't know when the pre-rolls are gonna go off, so I need to roll ads. This is terrible timing, but I'll be right back. Okay, well, this is hilarious. You can go on Twitch on the app and you can like see how many people are on each category. And I'm cracking up. There's only 8 people on this whole damn channel, and all y'all watching me because I'm the only one live. And here's the irony: I'm not even doing tarot, and I think that that should be. And this is not to be taken personally or to the extreme because I am still doing some readings during this time, and I still listen to like not as many as I would in a normal working day, but I'll put one on maybe like one in a day rather than one throughout different times of the day, right? Um, but it does feel like a pullback on tarot. It feels like relying less on the cards and relying more on your own intuition. Recognizing the messages you do receive and the signs that you do get, and accepting that that is what it is, and knowing that during this time in Pisces season, things are going to feel like they're flooding because it's time to make a decision. It's make or break. It is one of those things where we are clearing out. It sounds cliche, but you have to understand that this is the yearly cycle that we all go through. This is spring cleaning. And the reason that is because Pisces season is the end of the zodiac wheel. It's the end of the calendar. It's number 12. And so you're thinking calendar months. 2023 started 2 months ago, almost 3 months ago. But in the astrology or even the spiritual world, there is this time where, again, flooding the fields and then letting them dry and seeing what blooms. Okay, so stuff that you're thinking or feeling now is basically coming into effect or coming into the world to kind of what am I trying to say here? It is the clearing out. Everything's coming up and then draining again. And you might feel drained too. But it's just the natural order of things. And once again, it's like the very concept of spring cleaning, but on the soul level or in the life way, in regards to intangible things. And that's what's happening. And isn't it funny how the random people who are holding on by a thread to stay in this channel, perhaps they went to bed. Perhaps they needed sleep. It's like 4:20 somewhere, right? Or am I gay? It's 4:20 somewhere. Some will get up. It's funny how the random people who came here, because there is no one else on the tarot stream, decided not to stay when I told them to take a break from tarot. But that's what I'm saying. These past few days, I have not been putting on tarot readings, and you gotta understand, like, sometimes I don't wholeheartedly pay attention or really seek any information from tarot readings by listening to like YouTubers do general tarot. But rather it's more like a podcast and checking in with my own energy or like my own intuition and be like, God damn, I fucking knew it. That makes fucking sense. That would explain it. You know, it's like, as much as I believe in myself, I do believe in a lot of the readers that I watch, but to a point, if you consistently do the videos, even a lot of the readers who are still doing tarot are saying, it sounds repetitive, it sounds like the same reading in every reading, because it's just that time of year. And I respect the dedication to doing them anyways, but for me, I think it's more about, I think because I am an obsessive person, like at the core of my being obsessive because I've always had OCD, right? So like obsessive thoughts plague me, paranoia affects me. So and I mean I love some really niche, really random stuff to the point of special interest. Obsessive, right? So I think I do probably attract that type of person around me, or at least on the channel, to an extent. And I think maybe not everyone needs to take a break from tarot, but the people who end up on this channel probably do to a certain extent. Just for the Pisces season. Just to the end of the year where it's like, you already made all the decisions, you already made all your final cuts and calls, you already decided what you wanted. We just haven't started the new cycle yet, and you gotta make sure everything is good before it gets better. Like, you gotta make sure no unfinished business, none of this shit. And that's been a very heavy theme in my life as of late, is the unfinished business aspect of things, where some people avoid endings or don't know how to deal with their feelings, or I don't know what long fucking line of excuses anybody has for themselves anymore, but there does seem to be quite a bit of hesitance for this sort of shifting for some people, where it does require a lot of reflection on the self. That's every water season is going to be deeply about reflection. Cancer season seems the most about reflection to me. Scorpio season is almost like seeing the reflection you want to see, and then Pisces season is reflecting, right? Just basic general, kind of like why Pisces gets associated with nostalgia so much, I think, is that reflective nature of water. So you might be reminiscing right now and thinking back and thinking, did I make the right choice? Is this really happening? Am I stuck? And blah, blah, blah. And it's kind of like, just hold out for this season, this month, because spring, we've been saying since the fall that spring would be the time. So at this point, a lot of us are being driven mad by the cold weather, getting impatient or otherwise broken-hearted, etc. That we're just like, I don't know if I'm going to make it to spring. I don't want to hear any more of the bullshit. It's starting to sound like bullshit, right? It feels like the cards have been stringing us along. But in reality, it's just the very long stretch of winter coming to an end that is making us feel cagey and ragey. In my opinion, I don't know. It's just kind of like where I've been seeing it. And yeah, now is just a good time to sit back and be like, all right, well, what can I work on instead of focusing on what I need to know? What do I already know? How can I kind of adjust to these flooding emotions or incoming waters? And how do I learn to adapt and flow with the raging, shifting winds of change? Okay, so there's enough to be discussed and enough going on to be able to take a break from tarot and still be in touch with ourselves and our intuition and our general collective, right? Like, being able to still channel messages and still carry the good news without the cards. It's not that big of a deal, but it's funny how people are like, yeah, no, I don't want to listen if there's no tarot. I just want individual attention. I want to be told what I want to hear. It's like, if y'all don't take this break, that's on you. Good luck this year. You know, you're starting a new cycle. You want to start it off on the right foot, and that's trusting yourself, trusting your intuition, trusting your faith, trusting your universe, trusting your God. And let me tell you, once again, this channel is in no way righteous. Okay? This channel is in no way righteous, because I am a whip like everybody else. And hell yeah, there you go. Or get the weight off, as you were saying earlier. People need me is a good one. Everybody is needed, or we would not have been realized as the individuals that we are. Take a load for free. Take a load off Annie. And you put the load right on me. Manchester. Come keep young family company. Um, right. So yeah, yeah. Yay! I'm glad you're back. We didn't talk about much that we haven't already discussed on previous streams this week, so we're just going more in depth about Pisces season being the end of the year and spring kind of being on its way and feeling like, damn, love that. It doesn't say Chester. Does he not say, hey, wait a minute, Chester? Oh, what does it say? It's even weirder, right? Is that even weirder? Anyways, that's cute. So, even back in October, we got to harvest season. It was one of those things where it was like, harvest season is when you get your crops and blah, blah, blah. And even in the readings, and I feel like in my personal life too, which was making things very difficult for me, we got to harvest season and it was kind of like, good news, your harvest is great. Bad news, it's not actually gonna bloom until spring. And it's like, what? What was this growing season for? What the fuck? God damn it. And it's like, it's kind of like, it's not that no crops were harvested because they were, but there was this delay and it came up multiple times and it was the whole stage aesthetic where it was yeah, it was like this that's why like I always thought it was take a load off Annie, but it's take a load off Fanny, and I only know a lot of the words to that song because someone else did karaoke to it at a bar I worked at. So some things stay in my mind. You know, I looked at the screen. Yeah, I don't know. I knew it before, but yeah, that was when I started to realize some things about what it was about. So, there was this theater stage, this curtain, the red curtain, and this whole show going on behind the curtain, and things not being ready, and the dead being behind it, not like the Grateful Dead, but the deceased dead being behind it and saying, it's not ready yet, it's not ready yet. And I said, what are you guys talking about? The end of the world? Because this seems like where we're fucking headed. And they're like, what? Are they preparing for 8 billion people to come into this next plane? They're like, don't worry, we got something planned. Like, Jesus fuck. But even then, it said Aquarius season, you'll know everything you need to know. And by spring or the new year is when things would start to make sense and like be put together or in it or whatever. So I love that. Orville and Wanda. That's literally amazing. John. John. Um, you know who I remind myself of when I do that is the fucking Oscar's brother in Proud Family. He's just always singing random words. John. So, anyways, we've been on the same timeline, but now we are finally at the point where we're like so close to spring that I think everybody wants to jump ship right now. We all got cabin fever. It's winter. It's been a long time. We were expecting to get our shit in October. We're not getting our shit till fucking April. It's kind of bullshit. Okay, people have lives, right? But the whole thing is to invoke patience and to be open to learning and like getting all those last minute lessons and like again clearing the way and kind of not only proving you really want it but being willing to make sacrifices and being willing to
cut people off or cut things out or make changes to your diets, your routines, whatever. So, right now, while we're not doing tarot, we might as well continue to share our wellness routines and our fitness routines because getting your body in the right shape and the right conditions to be able to be healthy and comfortable enough to host something like a spiritual awakening is a key part of being able to do that. Because if you're physically unwell, spirit's not going to load on a ton of emotions or like a plethora of these lessons or like give you a bunch of harsh karma if you're physically incapable of housing it. Like, spirit's not going to screw you over in the sense where they're going to hand you a lesson that you can't kind of like handle. So the more physically fit that you get, whatever that means to you, it's not always losing weight or gaining muscle or either or both or neither or whatever, you get it. It's not always going to be the same for everyone, but just like being able to, once again, kind of like be strong enough to receive truth from within. Okay. Is a good step for in that journey. So sometimes it is about focusing on yourself in the most literal ways possible by getting the extra workouts in. Do you have to go to the gym, get a gym membership? Fucking no. You can do sit-ups, you can do push-ups, you can do wall sits, you can do squats, you can do all sorts of stuff. You can stretch every day until you feel limber enough to actually work out. You can get on top during sex. Fucking, hey, you want to know why I got the steel thighs? No, I was not having sex my freshman year of high school. It still had the big thighs, but yeah, no, strong as hell, strong as hell. So, not to get not safe for work. Oh, man, what the fuck? Um, but yeah, getting physically fit will help be able to carry some of the mental woes that you may acquire trying to explore different parts of the world or yourself. And I think that does very much play into the spiritual aspect of it all, personally. So, just my take. If you're tuning back in, welcome back. If you're just getting here, I'm sorry I don't have any tarot cards tonight. We're just talking about general wellness at this point, but open to any questions, comments, topics, discussions, etc. Because it's just one of those nights. I literally physically don't have my tarot cards. So feel free to bring up anything. But for now, once again, fitness, it's about making every step count rather than trying to take some kind of grand leap. I do love screaming and poetry, so this is the right place for that, for sure, for sure. And they look down at the ground, missing, but I never go in now. I'm looking at the big sky. I'm looking at the big sky now. Okay. I have Grand Budapest Hotel on now that Ponyo ended. It's literally such an incredible movie. As much as I love Life Aquatic and feel like that one's more universally good in a sense because it's just more, well, it's not as theatrical, but it's more artistic maybe. And the plot is more based in comedy than anything. Well, this is really funny too. I don't know. I think Wes Anderson just makes the best movies. They're my favorite movies. It's so cliche as a Taurus, and he's a Taurus. Like, this is the most cliche shit ever, but oh my god, do I love Grand Budapest Hotel. I could not think of a better, more perfect movie. Okay. I honestly, like, don't care. Like, at this point, I think you're getting almost too weird, and I don't care. And I am just gonna keep ignoring it. But as a friend, I'm gonna let you know I don't care about whatever you're saying at this point. I don't even think anybody really cares what I'm saying. I think they just don't have anything else to do, quite frankly. Because once again, I'm the only one. Okay, I do like Courtney Love. I'm sorry, but when you start just reciting creepy lyrics out of context, it's like everybody's done. I'm a dick. I don't care. I'm sorry. I do care. I do care. I'm so self conscious sometimes about how mean I can be. But in the moment, I'm like, you literally will have to pay me to give a fuck. To an extent. But that's like super fucking rude. I apologize. You don't have to contain yourself because you can talk to us, but it's like just talk. You know, like it's just the reciting lyrics has been going on all night, and we've been doing our best to converse with someone who's speaking in lyrics. And like I know we were talking about emo and stuff. But at this point, it's like, okay, the lyrics are getting just creepy, and we're not even talking about music anymore. So no one knows how to interact with that, and there's no way to really respond unless you're making a joke out of it, and I don't feel like it. Yeah, so continue to be random. I just much prefer to talk to you. If that makes sense. That's again probably comes off as really rude, but got corny. Sorry. I literally zoned out and just was not paying attention. Question. What's the question? Okay. That's that is really cute. And it's funny too because I think the first Wes Anderson movie I watched with my partner besides Fantastic Mr. Fox, we started Isle of Dogs and then never finished it because it's really intense, like the switching of subtitles and switching of languages and shit. Um, that it it the fucking sheer length of it and the plot is so like it's interesting, but it's a very oversaturated feeling movie where it was like they just keep adding layers and information, and we got through half of it and we're like, that's really good. And then we just never finished it. I don't know. It's just like we never are like about to sit down and finish Isle of Dogs for no reason, even though we like all I like all his other movies and my partner has seen most of them at this point and like a majority of them. Um so I don't know. I just have always liked skating. I don't skate. I don't skate. I've never skated. And I would hardly consider myself a ramp tramp because I don't pick up skaters at the skate park. If I'm ever at the skate park, it's because I want to watch people skate. Um, if I'm hanging out with people, I'm down to watch a skate video, always have been. And like, as much as I've always wanted to be able to skateboard, I'm a grounded person. I like to walk. I would maybe try roller skates again, but even that didn't go well. Rollerblading was always fine, but like not that cool, not that effective. I feel like, not having that like. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's very cool. Like, skateboarding is very cool, and it takes a lot of skill and talent and like even like bravery to a certain extent. And I have fallen. I have done a 15-foot drop twice, 3 times onto concrete without a skateboard. So I get what it feels like to hit concrete too. Throw myself into brick walls. There's just something about it that I very much align with. Um, that's so funny. I have like huge like if I could skate, it would be the end of my everything. It would be terrible because it'd be too awesome and too cool and too hot, right? No. I like wish I was joking. Everybody knows I'm not fucking joking. If I could skate, I would be their dream girl. But instead, I fuck skaters and made skateboards. I was thinking about it, and there's really not been that many people who skate that I have, But the fact that there's more than one is maybe more than other people have. So I think it's like a great joke. It's not really a thing, but this is 10% maybe. But what's my doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. This is not enough. This is supposed to be kind of safe for work, but maybe inappropriate for work conversations, not safe for work. Okay. Thank you. Hey, love that. Angel Numbers. How's your game going? I don't know anything about video games, so I couldn't tell you like what you were playing, even though you mentioned it. You were about to go on some kind of rampage. Cool. Yeah, so if anybody wants to know, I have my own board pusher store, and I designed some skateboards, and I think they're very funny. And again, I know and fucked enough skaters to like understand the culture. Nice, congrats, I love that for you. Where I like it, and I think it's funny. I've always liked skateboards. I've always wanted to be able to skate, and then when I've actually every single time I've gotten on a skateboard, I'm scared. I'm like, this is just not for me. This is absolutely not for me. I had this thing when I was a child where I kept ruining my face. Not ruining it. That sounds horrible. But when I was a child, I felt that way. Where, thank you. I there would just be some kind of incident, like multiple years in a row. How are we already at the fucking pre-roll timer going off? There was multiple years in a row where I would like fell and scraped my face. And by the time it all healed and went away, I did it again. It happened like 3 times. I think it was like 5, 6, 7. And I just had like huge scrapes on my face. I remember 2 of them. I don't remember the third one, but there was another incident where I think it was someone else's fault, and that's why I keep it out of my memory because the other 2 were kind of my fault. But um, it was just one of those things. So I think being on a skateboard, I'm like, you know what? I don't want to go. I don't want to do it again. I don't feel like going through that again. And it was never a skateboard that caused that to happen, but I think like that. I look down, and the thought of me going onto concrete just bothers me, even though I've, like I said, done a 15-foot drop onto concrete without a skateboard. So I don't know why, like falling over would be so to me when I don't have a problem yeeting myself into a brick wall. Hey, pray that they all have a good time regardless of what it is. Oh shit, the pre-rolls. I'll be right back. Okay. So, this is great. What did I miss? Curious more than what? Oh yeah, okay, the sirens. Kind of fun if there was a parade going on. I don't know what time it is there, but that sounds like a possibility too, where they're like trying to drown out noise. Um, but like an ambulance, I feel like wouldn't be consistent sound. He's talking about my skateboards. It's Psychedelics by Il Peril. If you clicked the link, you would know that. I literally just designed them and dropped them the couple days before and on Valentine's Day. It's a business move to not look at my online store for the product that you're talking about selling. I own all my design and images, and Board Pusher owns the print company. Well, this isn't really the time or appropriate place to do that, to be honest, and that's one of those things that I would probably be less interested in based on this very circumstance of this isn't really the time to discuss business. In fact, I keep a lot of my business private from people. No problem. We're different. You have like shared your location multiple times and stuff, and I'm barely admitting to this state that I live in. You know what I mean? So we're just like two very different people in that regard. So I don't think that it's anything like that's just how you operate, is honest, upfront, and unashamed. I personally am just more private. So the skateboards are really new. It was something I kind of, yeah, stop. Is that your actual stop? I don't, it's like really weird. But yeah, also the profit margin on them is not very high because they're skateboards and they cost a lot to start. And so it's part of the reason I don't push my merch more is because I simply create what I like and what I want. You can see the full original Il Peril collection on Twitch, actually. If you go on my Twitch page, you can see the first round of Il Peril merch that I made. And then if you go on my website, you can see the second collection of Il Peril merch that I made. And the skateboards are essentially the third installment of Il Peril merch. So none of it is high profit because it's all print to order on demand. I'm not investing in it. I appreciate that you would want to, but again, it's all because it's print to order. It's expensive. I'm not buying it in bulk. So some stuff I make more money than other stuff. Some stuff I try to keep so like I think about like as a buyer how much I would be willing to pay for something before it came out of question. And some stuff is priced higher than I would personally spend because of the way that I've been with money, but I'm trying to open up more to receiving and therefore giving. So some of the prices are high, but a lot of it is like I'm barely making anything off of it. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. I've always known that is one thing about me is even though they try to copy everything I do and everything I'm about, there is no replicating this. The aesthetic that has no aesthetic, or whatever. Very well branded, and I choose things intentionally that are easy to do. You know, like as much as a complicated name as Illuminati Mystex is, you can shorten it in so many ways, and so many puns to be made. But I did count Dakotas. I am a businessman. So, a businessman and a broke bitch in the same body, for the most part. But I promise I don't do cocaine. I don't know if somebody else did cocaine because my nose randomly got sniffed. Oh, I ate spicy food on my commercial break. Duh. I was like, why did my nose randomly start to get sniffly? I was eating spicy food and already forgot. That's kind of hilarious. So I'm trying to shift into the mindset of abundance and bring abundance into my life. And I see that I've been very dedicated to these ideas and these principles of reprogramming my mind and retraining my language and recognizing my patterns, breaking my cycles, doing the work, tracking my progress, and also just my daily everything to the best of my abilities or best of my consistencies. And I'm now prepared to have more than I've ever had. Okay? Because sometimes we're locked into mindsets that are meant to serve a purpose. But if you refuse to acknowledge that some things in life are purposeful, you may miss the chance to change them, if that makes sense to you. There is sort of like a kind of, there's sort of an air around me or you. What is, who am I talking to right now? Who just came on here? It seems like way too early in the fucking morning for you to be up on my fucking channel right now. I don't know anybody with this, what are you doing? Who is that? Because there's this air about you. Who is you? And what air? What are we talking about? Are you talking to me? Or am I talking to you? And who are you? And how do I? No. I'm not talking about you, Joey. I'm not talking about you, Joey. That's what I'm saying. I was like, what is this? Number 9, I'd be guessing. Where it's kind of like, that was weird. I don't have any tarot cards though. It is definitely someone else. And I don't know if I know them or not. But it's like uncanny how often I have this same kind of like disruptive energy that comes on and it's like, hold up, the fuck you think you're doing? You think you're subtle, you think I don't know, you think I can't tell. But I don't really know exactly who or what it is, but I know it's the same every time. I know exactly when they come in and when they go out. But I can't just, and there's many different disruptive energies, and there's a lot of different people who watch my stream, obviously, because I have like almost 250 followers. But then there's also people who don't follow me who end up watching. Bitch. Come on. I have 2 prime suspects. Like, give me one more hint because that can definitely apply to. Okay, maybe I should say 3 prime suspects, but 2 of them seem to be the energy more, and the other 2 feel like it could be a possibility. So, I love that, and I know you're a little drunk right now, maybe even more than a little drunk right now, but intuitively, what's your next clue? Like hit me with one more piece of information. I mean, it seems so vague to say mixed up in something years ago, but the thing is, I couldn't tell. Oh my God, stop. I doubt that. What is so funny is because it's this same feeling of this disruptive energy, I couldn't tell if it was someone I know or not because I figured if somebody I know was going to come up on my channel and watch it as obsessively and as disruptively and as loudly as this person does, there was no way that I knew them. There's no way that I know them. Right? Like, there's just no way that I would know them at that point. Or so I would think. Okay. So, that's just funny, isn't it? Gotta love to see it. But thank you. I love an intuitive insight because it's always like the biggest non-believers who end up being the biggest fucking fans. And I'm just playing, I don't care. Be who you want, you know? That is so funny. And honestly, you almost made me think there was more than what a letter to choose. Absolutely. That's hilarious. No one said loser. No one said loser. Gaslighting people isn't good though. Exactly, exactly. People literally fucking stalk me and then turn around and say, I don't believe in anything that you do and I don't fucking like you and I don't think you're weird and blah 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 blah. And yet you're watching my every mood and hanging on my every word. That's crazy. That is gaslighting. Right? Where it's like, if I can intuitively know what someone is eating the very moment they eat it while they watch my fucking stream, then I damn well fucking know when the fuck you watch me. Okay? Good Lord. No, I know. I agree. I agree. Wait, who said losers though? I don't think anybody said losers. Unless you were referring to like the gaming and then like, oh. Yeah, kind of crazy. That's so funny. Hit me with one more. Give me one more because again, it could go either way. Give me one more, Joey. I want to trust your intuition even when you're drunk. No. I would be curious to fucking know what you think. Because, like I said, I couldn't tell whose energy it was, but I just had suspects, prospects, right? That's so real. Yeah, that's the overwhelming truth. I think they left or they got lucky because someone else left. I think it's the second thing. I think they were like, maybe because the count went down, they won't know I'm still here. We know you're still here. We don't care. I'm surprised any of you are awake at this hour. That's interesting. That was supposed to be my clue? Because now you're confusing me more. And it's like, so it's more than one person. Because now your clues are cross contaminated. But that's the thing, is like, there was the lurker who's been here since the beginning who never mentioned who they were. But then there was someone who just popped in. So silly, dude. Yeah, don't believe me though. That's okay. You don't have to fucking believe in anything I do. You don't have to think I talk to the dead or anything. Crazy. Crazy. Yeah. Some people do believe in what I do and it freaks them out more than they'd like to admit, I think. And some people are genuinely curious and some people are genuinely jealous. And it's very hard to like, I wouldn't even say jealous, people envy more than they're jealous because they don't have anything to be jealous of. And that's what makes them so envious is like, okay, well, now you gotta relax. You're hitting all the big ones. You are so funny. No, seriously, it's just so much fun. That's that's what I'm saying. There's probably like multiple people who do this. Like that's just it. There's just like multiple people who do this. Who try to gaslight me into thinking that I'm like less capable and less powerful than I really am, or to like try to belittle what I do and my work and my beliefs and my whole thing. And this is something I've been discussing more privately, but also slightly on stream. How it's been a very isolating and lonely, difficult journey. And because I'm at the point where I'm at, where I've accepted who I am fully, and I have that's the one. That's the one. That's the one. Exactly. Exactly. It is so easy to try to make me look crazy because sometimes I'll do crazy shit to show people what crazy looks like. You want to see me act crazy? This isn't it. This isn't it. Me trying to point out to you what is going on is your excuse to make me feel like I'm going crazy. That's interesting. It's interesting. Yeah. Okay. It's it's funny that you can see that. And I know I talked to you a little bit about some of these things, but it was very vague. It was extremely vague. Um, so yeah, the fact that you could pick up on that even while you're drunk, and not even a professional, but a natural, that's what I'm saying. We can't see it. That's the whole point, is we can't see it. And therefore it doesn't exist, right? And that's the whole ease of gaslighting. And I've realized that. It's like, no one will come for you. What would they do? Because you can see through them, they want to come for you for what? There's none of that. Yeah. Thank you. Jolly. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I think that in a way, being an artist, it's 50-50 whether or not you're gonna make it in this lifetime or in the next, you know? And also looking at people like Britney Spears and stuff like that, it's like I can totally see why I had to make sure that I was like around good people before I could really have anything. You know what I mean? And make sure that my boundaries were strong enough and that I was in control of myself enough and I knew myself well enough. Okay. What? Get a little derailed. It got intense, right? That kind of disruptive energy. It got intense. It derailed the conversation. But little do they know is I've been practicing it my whole life. It's very natural to be on the outside of something. Call it the Aquarius moon. I definitely blame the necromancy because I've been practicing since I've been praying, right? Kind of feel what you're saying. Yeah, you're trying to bring me back in. Yeah, well, that's the thing is like I don't want to get too into things or think too deeply on it. But people really still try to act like, oh no, I didn't. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I didn't know. It's like, first of all, I never really believed it in the first place, but I can give someone the benefit of the doubt. But if you continue to do it, then it's like, then I'm gonna do what I gotta do at that point, you know? So, you know, it's tough. There's like so much. No, for sure. Once again, it's like you're manipulative, and it's like, oh, why? Because I was honest and upfront about my intentions and told you exactly what I wanted to do and what I was asking you to do, and you feel manipulated because you agreed to do something. That's not what manipulation is. Manipulation is when you get someone to do something under false pretenses. Did I ever give any false pretenses to anyone? No. No, I did not. Stop saying I manipulated you, bro. I didn't. I've fucking been about the same shit since day fucking one. Get over yourself. No one is manipulated into doing things if they're being told what someone wants them to do. Sign off. Go to bed. Okay. You know what I'm saying? That's so funny. So funny. Man, the biggest haters be your biggest fans. That's okay. You know what's funny? The Tarantella just popped in my head. So if you're Italian, this message is probably from your ancestors, or it's a sign that you might be dealing with somebody too. So I don't know. The Italians on here. I don't know if it's an Italian American thing. I don't know where the Tarantella came from. But God, what I would do to do that dance with my grandma one more time, R.I.P. to a Gemini Queen. Gotta love it. Cars, what? Buddy, you gotta stop. You're gonna embarrass somebody. Holy shit, you're good. You are so good. They put the Tarantella in Fortnite? That's amazing and very weird. That's like what we do at weddings and stuff. Yeah. Cool, you're so funny. I can't wait to fucking because I don't want to put anyone on blast because of course anyone who's gaslighting somebody or like stalking them is gonna deny it, right? Like even if they get caught, they're gonna be like, no, of course it wasn't me. It's not me. You know? Oh, God, that's so funny. You are too funny. That's so good. Um, gotcha. Thank you for clarifying. Ooh, yeah, yeah, bitch, back up on me. You don't know me, I'm too queen, bitch, I'm holy, bitch, I'm godly. I would go for real. Lovers who don't brag about what they bought me, cause they know I got them back. And they something, something, something. If I can make you come, you gotta promise not to stress me. Don't be blowing up my phone and don't be leaving voice messages. I can do you right, I do you better than your exes. Banana with the children, pop that pussy full of legend. Like, ooh, said I know, I know, I know. And I said, ooh. You said I come in and for it. I said, ooh. Yeah, I know, I know, I know. Whoa, whoa. Ooh, yeah, yeah, bitch, back up on me as I ooh, yeah, yeah, bitch, back up on me as I ooh, yeah, yeah, bitch, back up on me, back up on me, back up on me. Back up on me, they want my bags and cuffs. It's still cold in the D and they still won't take my jacket off me back before I could get it. Like, my homie makes it master for me back before I could get it. My mama fronted me that money, so there's no backup, homie. Oh, I can't remember that whole song. It's been way too long. That must have been 2015. I grew up without a hammock. I did everything except paint it. We found things of family and we was spinning on the top of me. And she throwing tantrums. I give a bomb dick and do damage. Something about a Grammy. I don't fucking know. If I fucking make you come, don't be blowing up my phone. Lately, I've been messing with girls who tend to hold shit on their own. Turn my dusk into dawn, turn my chair to a drum, fuck her off in a whip, make her take Uber home. Yeah, I really like that song. Sorry, you shouldn't have said it. You shouldn't have said it. Mm. Stop. God damn. Get him. Get him. Yeah, sounds like Fortnite did mean that meme. I know, it's ridiculous. I'm a poet, so it comes naturally. I think my ass provides rhythm, and the poetry provides verse, and then you can put them together. And then I can just do that. Did you just make that part up, or is that a line in the song that I didn't know, by the way? I love the addition. Really went well with the rest of it. I really like Big Sean. Yes. For sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. Yeah, I don't know much about that. But I'm really happy for you guys. I just love that, like, I really, really appreciate this, like, I don't know how niche it is or how expected I should see it coming kind of thing, but I love how, like, of course, Twitch is a primary source for gamers, but then it's also, like, so cool that so many of you are also into tarot, but, like, I'm not into video games. So, again, I wasn't expecting it, but, like, maybe I should have expected it. I don't know. Kind of cool. It's just not the crossover I was expecting. It was like gamers who were spiritual. It's like that's super dope. And I'm not really a gamer, but I do like a lot of games, a lot specifically, but not really anything I keep up with. I do not own a game console. If I want to play, if I want, if I want to, if I, if I want to play video games, as in games that are like on video or virtual at all, then I then I just play Solitaire Collection on my laptop, or like sometimes word games on my laptop. I don't own a game console, but like I fucking love Free Cell. I got so good at Free Cell. I'm like so proud of myself because as a child, I kind of like don't hate reading instructions, but I love trying to figure things out. So I would like try to just figure out how to play all those games, like Hearts or Freestyle or whatever, like the original Solitaire Collection. And I never could really figure out Freestyle. Pinball 3D, the space one, yeah, that was the shit. That was the shit. Listen, we all know you're still watching, but the whole stream is not going to be about you just because you want to tune in and prove to somebody or something that it's about you or whatever. You're making it about you by constantly talking about it, thinking about it, watching it, lurking around it, and obsessing about it. So stop putting that on all of us. Okay? I heard as soon as I leaned back, I fucking heard it. So shh. If you're gonna watch the stream, you gotta do it quietly or you gotta speak up, be louder. So, Spaceball 3D was amazing. Dig Dug also fucking incredible. When I was growing up, we had like the joystick on the computer because I mean, game consoles definitely existed, but it was just like that age of computers, and also it may have been a joystick from like the 80s. I don't really know. My favorite game as a kid there's definitely games that were like super similar, but my sister and I both loved this game where you would just like there was this thing, it was like this line that had a trail and expanded, and like I don't know how to describe it. It would be like one of those things that you hang in a garden, and it's not a wind chime or a pinwheel, but those weird like bars, and when it spins, it looks like it's rotating more than it is because it's on a spiral. So it looked like one of those, but it was like constantly in flux, and it was like floating around the screen, and you had to like take your little dot and make it from one edge of the frame to the next edge of the frame, and then it would fill up with like random, really cool, like psychedelic patterns. And then the whole goal was to trap this thing, right? I want to say it was called Twix or something. And like my sister and I trolled the internet for this game because we were like, this was my favorite game as a kid. I want to play it so bad. Where is it? So we like asked our dad. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. It's a very common game, but this version was like so cool. It's like black screen, and like I could not describe these psychedelic patterns were so on point, so 90s. So we're like, Dad, what was that game? And he just like literally could not stop laughing at us because he's like, that was like a graphic design experimental, like very not mediocre at all, because it was my favorite computer game growing up, but it was a what do you call it? What it was like little games that people just make coding. It was like a coding project that his cousin did when he was in college. It was not even a real game, and like the whole time we played, we were like, "Oh yeah, this is the best game ever." It was probably like a school project that he just had to like design a game real quick, and it was the same basic formula as so many other games, but like the patterns really stand out. It was just so cool, and it's really funny that like at the end it was not really, it wasn't even really a game, and I don't think he really thought much of that project, I'm sure. You know what I mean? Where he's like, yeah, I'm sure if I brought it up to him. Right. And his attention to detail and his aesthetic choices literally still stands out in my mind for something that I've played 100 times, 100 different versions. Like I just thought that was so cool. And I can't believe I didn't know that as a child, or if I did, I didn't really understand it because I didn't know computers back then and nobody really did. He was like the only person that I knew who was a graphic designer, like way before it was this like big socially acceptable common degree to have, so to speak, where he was an artist and there was only so many routes you could take for art, and he was at the age where it was like right before it was like, you know, this will come in handy in a few years kind of thing. And it did, obviously. So yeah. Oh my god, the pre-roll timer's off again. I gotta go. I'll be right back. Okay, so sorry. I got a little distracted. Sitting like this just sucks. Thinking about just grabbing this whole thing and bringing it to me, but it'd be so weird if I was just like laying here on my laptop with you guys. Like I should probably just go. It's weird how there's like 10 fucking people on here right now, and most of y'all are still just lurking. But also, since most people have been on here all fucking night, what are y'all just waking up and getting on a tarot stream right now? I don't know. Just got home from the party. You're like, let me check in spiritually before I pass out. That's exactly it, right? Like, I could care less what everybody's doing because just like the basic principle of what is popular is not always right. It's kind of like if they want you to have it, there's probably something better that they really don't want you to have. We used to have game consoles like as a family. We had a Sega Genesis, like there was a Sega Genesis and a PS1 at my grandma's house, and then my brother got older and was like wanting to be more into video games than I was. I think ever. I had a Game Boy Color at one point, and then a Game Boy Advance eventually, and then like there was a Wii, and a Nintendo 64, and an Xbox or whatever, and that's it. Like it was just all those first few generations of like each of each sibling wanted to play different games. Basically, we had a GameCube at some point. Honestly, I think my mom was kind of into video. She still is into video games. She's definitely into like Nintendo. So I think anytime there was a new Super Smash game, we got the coordinating console. It's like definitely a thing. She's like, I gotta play it on there because she fucking loves that game. So yeah, that's funny. The PS1 was pretty fucking solid. I like how they've consistently grown as being a very solid, reliable console. Um, it is. It is, exactly. It's almost like they never had to change it and they just did to keep up with the times. Crash Bandicoot, Warped, aka I think that was the third one. Oh my god. Remember 40 Winks? That game was so hard because I did not get the concept. I just didn't get it. I gotta collect these winks. What the fuck are they doing? How do I collect them? I didn't get it at all. Other than it was like nightmares. Would love to play again. Mortal Kombat Trilogy. What's her name? Samus? Samus. If I had my way. And Ness. Samus or Ness. Her two Sagittarius moods, I guess. Because like Ness is like this childlike wonder, but he shoots fire. And then like Samus is like, don't fuck with me, masculine woman, fire, female energy, or whatever. So yeah, I'm more of a Kirby fan myself. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I definitely is into Kirby. I just felt like me and Kirby used to be anyone, so why not be Kirby? You could just be anyone. Like that was just a no-brainer to me. I was gonna stick around, but half the crowd left because they realized I wasn't doing tarot, and more than anything, I'm not super tired, nor am I that concerned about viewers because I was talking to myself earlier. But my back is starting to hurt from sitting like, because if I sat like this, you wouldn't be able to really hear me because I don't have my microphone. I was experimenting with it last night, and it just sounds better if I'm sitting here. But my back is fucking killing me at this point. I like want to just lay here, and if I had my microphone, I would be able to still talk to you from this straight back angle or like this. But I got the internal mic. One of these days, ain't peculiar. gonna find, you're gonna look for me, and I'll be gone. Yeah. Yeah, it's just vacation mode. This is just because I don't know if you missed the story where 50,000, 500,000 people or houses in my area lost power. So I came somewhere that had power and they were telling us, oh, power won't be back on till like Sunday night. And I was like, all right. So I just like made plans for the weekend. And then the power came back on. Well, like I already had plans. So I was like, meh, bug it. But what do I care? We're just taking a couple days off tarot. This is not the big setup. No offense. But I do have Grand Budapest Hotel playing on silent in the background. But yeah, usually I'm in a chair that has a back. So I have been sitting here for closer to 4.5 hours because my setup is so like me sitting and making sure everything is, whatever the fuck I do. So I've been sitting here for like 4.5 hours. And like, again, if I was sitting like this the whole time, it would be different, but I know you wouldn't be able to hear me a lot of the time when I was talking if I sat like that. Yeah. Yeah, not everyone I know lost power, but most of us did. So it was just like a whatever, come out here. So now I'm like, yeah, where it's like I could keep it streaming. And I love talking to y'all. But oh my god, is it fucking killing me? Mega Man? I have no idea. You mean Mega Man Legends or Mega Man? What is that? Yeah, you meant Mega Man. Maybe I am sleepy. It is late. Oh, I vaguely remember this. My best friend in elementary school had this game. They were kind of like obsessed. I think it was her, anyways. Her and her sisters. You're gonna look for me, and darling, I'll be gone. That's what it is. Man, it's been so much fun, y'all. What a night. I really. Okay. Agreed. This isn't a chair. It's a couch. There's no back. That's what I'm complaining about. As my usual setup, I have a chair. And I agree. I sit like that. A lot of times I'll like lean back because I need to keep my back straight, even if it's like, it's like this is so hard right now because it's like this is dumb and painful. And if I was keeping my posture, it'd be different, but I'm hunched over and talking to this little internal microphone. But tonight was totally rad. It was interesting. Interesting and far less intense than last night's stream, which was largely about PMDD and how that relates to my alien conspiracy and sort of like why I'm even into alien conspiracy at all. So the nature of the discussion was a bit weirder, if you will, and to a different depth than this evening. Yeah, tonight was a bit more jovial, a bit more lighthearted. And even without my tarot cards, I appreciate y'all tuning in. I went and looked at the app again. Everybody on the tarot stream is watching my channel right now because I don't think anybody else is really. Oh, someone is live and doing tarot. Should we raid her? Let's raid her. It's been a minute since I raided anybody. She's the only other person doing tarot right now, and I want to go, I think.
thank you all for tuning in. By the way, this has been so much fun and so awesome. Um, let me like, yeah, and she probably actually has, she does have actual tarot too, which will be cool. How she got super chat on there? That's a thing. Y'all could have been paying me this whole time, or is that? Oh, come on. Okay. I like kind of remember how to raid, but it's really been a long time. Okay. No, we're raiding, bitch. Don't leave now. Okay. Yeah, thanks. I missed you. Or I mean, like, I don't know. I really love that I have regulars, and I'm not a super social person and don't have a lot of friends, despite what I do or whatever. But like this stuff is really. I go on the back end. I don't know. I got this. Yeah, there's only one person watching. Let's surprise them with everyone else on the fucking tarot channel. I just hit start raid. I don't know. It says ready to raid, ready to raid, ready to raid. I love you all so much. I'll be back again tomorrow night here and maybe doing Tarot Monday. I love you. Oh, and then I hit right now. Okay, so we're all ready. Thank you for being here. Don't mind if I roll ads. I will not be coming back. Let's go check out some actual tarot tonight, and I'll catch you in the chat over there. Thanks for tuning in. Go to my website, become a member, buy my shit, blah, blah, blah. Here we go. Mwah. Good night and good luck. Did it work? Did we raid? I hit the raid now thing. Did it work? Oh, there's like 2 different spots I have to hit it. Did it work? I'm so confused. Did we raid? Do we do it? Did it work? I don't know. I literally had to hit ready to raid so many times. Did I do something wrong? Do I need to have her? I'm stupid. I shouldn't say this is stupid. I just raided her. And we're not. Did we do it? Yeah, we did it. Okay, boys. Let's go. Okay, I came back, and clearly all of you came back. I did not know that you could like stream from two different platforms at once, but that was really weird because it was like what are you looking at when you do that? It was like they were on YouTube, but they were also on Twitch. That was like the craziest thing. So, um, that's why I was like, I didn't know you could do super chat on Twitch. And then it's because you can't do super chat on Twitch. So that's really funny that we couldn't even raid tonight. It's just they were having. So I'm probably still gonna go. So anyway, basically, because the raid didn't go well, I couldn't spend the extra time raiding anyone. I'm just here to kind of wrap it up and hit the 4 hour mark because at this point it took so damn long. I know. It's just, did you come for this raid? They were on YouTube, so it was kind of like we weren't there. It was kind of weird. I never saw that before, so it threw me off. And I hadn't ended my stream yet, so I just came back on here. I think I'm still gonna go. I'm just gonna. It was a little weird, right? It's cool because it's efficient, and I get that, especially because you're clearly making money on YouTube and like expanding over to this audience. Because if you have super chats, you're monetized on YouTube, and it's hard as hell to monetize on YouTube. I ain't even gonna lie, it ain't even that hard to do on fucking Twitch. Um, like literally the minimum requirements on Twitch are way lower than YouTube. I'm not saying it's not hard, as in I'm not giving myself any credit or like disvaluing how much effort people put in and still don't get there. But if you compare the two, it's way easier on Twitch. And yeah, I don't know. And then yeah, she's like, stop spamming. I was so, dude, at first I was offended. I was like, is this a scammer? Like, is she literally like, there was somebody who said stuff and I thought that's what she meant. And I was scrolling like, there's nothing in the chat. And it took me a minute to realize that she was talking to the YouTube viewers because YouTube chats do get super spammy super fast. YouTube chat is chaotic, and I'm glad that my YouTube never really took off. I used to stream live on YouTube, and I'd have a few people on there, but I never really liked the vibe. I didn't like the look of it. I didn't like the way that they set things up. I don't know. I didn't like it. Same with Facebook. Never really liked going live on Facebook. I always liked Instagram, and I really like Twitch. So their YouTube chat is chaotic. All YouTube chats is they're pretty chaotic, I would say. But yeah, so that was really funny. That was really funny. That answered a lot of my questions though too, and it was cool. It was a cool experience, but it just felt like, what were we there for if you're doing personal readings on YouTube? There was no point. But by all means, once again, super fucking impressive to monetize on YouTube. Congrats to her. I'll be doing that shit too. I'll be like, you want a piece? Come on over. Whatever. That's so dope. So dope. But yeah, just didn't really feel like a raid. So, yeah, like I said, I was just trying to get to that 4 hour mark. Something about Twitch where people love watching, like the longer the video, the more views it gets every single time. And that's so interesting to me, someone who's mostly just talking. It's flattering even that people are like, oh yeah, she streamed for 6 hours. I'm gonna listen to that. Like, okay. But if it's like only 2 hours, they're like, meh, you can pass. Like, oh, very nice, very nice.
thank you. So that's cool. Um, I always take Saturdays off, so I will not be back tonight. But I guess if I were born enough, I could maybe make a surprise appearance once more with the tarot. Other than that, I'll be back Sunday, more or less guaranteed because Sunday is a pre-scheduled day. And then, right, so maybe I'll pop in. I have plans for the day tomorrow, but I don't necessarily have plans for the evening set in stone. So if I'm just hanging out and watching movies again, I for sure will stream some non-tarot stuff. And if there's anything y'all think of in the meantime, of course, like send a message, drop a line, or go to my website, become a member, and post it in the fucking forums that you literally can't get to unless you become a member. Granted, me and Polaroid Boy, aka Poly Boy, who's not even here right now, are the only two people who have ever posted in this forum. Doesn't mean you shouldn't. Sign up, become a member. Oh, be great. Okay. So I'm about to play more ads and then I'm gonna go for real this time. I just thought we should reconvene for a second and be like, yo, what was that raid about? And it was about YouTube. That was really interesting. So also kind of cool to know because for me it would be the opposite where I would be streaming on Twitch and connecting it to YouTube, right? But I don't think it works that way because I don't know. It's definitely something I'd look into. I don't really use my YouTube channel anymore, but if I did, it's good to know I can connect. Cool.
perhaps maybe there's something intentionally divine, because if you were to take a look at the time in a certain zone across whatever plane, you would see that it's about to be angel numbers again. I love that. Yeah, so I'm just being goofy. It's 555 somewhere, right? And I appreciate that little message before we head out of here. Once more, I'm really miss Dex. Obviously, I'll be back with Dex soon. If you made it this far, good for you. Make sure you're sacrificing something important to you this Pisces season / Lent, because it is good for the soul, good for the spirit, and good for the body. Yeah, good for the wellness. Anyway, fuck rating. We tried it once, didn't work. We'll try again another time. It's been a minute. We'll get back into the swing of things. I love you all so much. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for hanging on to the last leg. Once again, if you have any questions while I'm off stream, you can always become a member of my website. As you can see right there, it is free. All it requires is a password and a name and an email address, which you can just directly link to your Google account if you really want to. And there is forums that are unlocked by becoming a member. So if you ever have any questions or want to discuss anything, you can always do that on my off days or the nights I don't stream. And I'm going to get back to you via the forum or the next time I on stream. So consider that as an option. And remember that I fucking love you so much. I appreciate all of you being here. I thank you. You know, to heaven and back, to hell again, for letting me do this and getting me to this point where I'm actually paid to do it. So thank you all so much. I'm sorry for always excessively rolling ads, but you know what? No one has to pay for it except big old M. I say, God bless. Have a very lovely Saturday. Enjoy your whole weekend and every moment that you breathe air, because it is not going to be forever. I love you all so much. Good night. I don't know why I did that. I'm not rolling ads. Good night and good luck. And I will see you next time and all that stuff.